I get started in a bit. Give us a couple of minutes. Yep.
All right. Tested.
Yeah,
Are you ready? Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay. All right. Are you all ready to go for day 2 of the Open Hardware Summit? How's everybody feeling? Yes? Is everybody feeling a little bit like it's raining and it's early and you haven't done any of your stretches yet? Or don't have enough coffee? Yeah, okay. So we're all going to stand up. We're all going to stretch up to the sky. Oh, a little bit this way. Yeah, a little bit that way. There you go. Maybe do like one of those like knee bends that I've seen people do in shows that exercise. Like one of these if there's room in your row. One of those. Oh, does that feel good? Right? Okay, good. Everybody feel a little bit more awake? Maybe do a wiggle. Yeah. This is like Alicia post-toddlers. Like I have children now. We wiggle. We do things like that at this conference. All right. Everybody feeling good? Okay. All right. Let's get started. So this is day 2 of the Open Hardware Summit. We often only have one day, so this is pretty exciting. And I just want to start out. I know they're not in the room, but if you all want to convey the message that in this room, our summit organizers were thanked and appreciated and praised. Actually, Lee is right here. So so I just want to say a huge thank you to our summit team, Lee and Claire and Sid, and all of our volunteers who have helped as well. You all have been amazing, but I've been working with those 3 people for 2 years now. They did the virtual summit last year, and they all did this summit where you all are this year. So if you have compliments, you should give them to those people out there at the front desk. You are amazing. All right. So I'm going to talk to you about the state of open hardware. It's kind of a really exciting time in open hardware because we just continue to get more and more traction from a really diverse subset of people, which is really exciting to me. And this is the 2023 edition. If you go on our website, we have a state of open hardware that was from 2021, and a lot has changed since then. So in the last 3 years, I kind of wanted to highlight a few things that have happened because in the last 3 years, we've been virtual. And so we haven't really been able to celebrate these things in person. First of all, the summit, this thing that you are at, turned 10, which it's now 13, but let's celebrate 10. Yeah. It's been a decade of summits. And the first one happened right here in NYC. And so that's why we wanted to bring this one back to NYC to kind of come full circle for our decade. Oshawa also turned 10. It's now 11. So we had a 10th birthday. And then this year, the Summit Fellowship turns 10. So this was called the Ada Lovelace Fellowship in the beginning, and we recently changed it just to be like more descriptive of exactly what fellowship that is, because, you know, sure, Ada Lovelace was a fantastic person in the 1800s who was the first computer programmer, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot. So we changed it to Summit Fellowship so that we could like really, you know, be descriptive of what this was. So it turned 10 this year. Yes. And we have a number of fellows here as well. This fellowship pays travel stipends so that people can come to the summit who wouldn't otherwise be able to, people from underrepresented and marginalized populations. And then also, Oshawa became a sustainable organization this year. Thank you to Sloan and the funding that we received. So for the first time in our history, we have been able to pay our employee, which is me, And yeah, and we've been able to pay several contractors. We've really been able to kind of step up our game and have real programs that haven't just been a labor of love for myself, our board members, and our other volunteers. So there's been a lot of volunteering behind the scenes at Oshawa, and I don't know that that's always been apparent. But thank you to the Sloan Foundation for the funding, because we wouldn't really be where we are this year without them. All right. So speaking of Oshawa's programs, obviously we have the Open Hardware Summit, which is where we're at. This is kind of how Oshawa started, was this summit and needing basically a bank account for all the sponsors to put their money in, right? And then out of that stemmed the Fellows program that I just told you about for the summit, where we were able to give travel funding. We really want to grow this summit or the Summit Fellowship as well into travel funding, plus maybe some kind of like stipend or some sort of thing that kind of maybe bootstraps a business a little bit, or whatever they're doing with hardware. I think one of the other really great things about this fellowship is that it is funded by your tickets, right? So the extra money that we have left over, the super attendees who pay the maximum price for their ticket, that is how we fund the fellowship, and that's how we're able to give travel stipends. So that's been a really awesome program to get people into hardware. They also have like mentor talks that they do. There's a subset of fellows who become mentors. One of the really exciting things we've seen from this fellowship is actually a fellow who then became a mentor, who now has a workshop here at this conference. So it's really come full circle. And then a few years ago, we started Open Hardware Month. So Open Hardware Month is kind of a way of, like, open hardware, it's all about distributed manufacturing, yada, yada. And we were like, okay, how can we do that with the Open Hardware Summit, right? Like this, oops, there's a global population of, open hardware when you do a distributed manufacturing. So how do we get conferences all over the world too? Or at least meetups, local things that are easier than conferences. So we started Open Hardware Month so that everybody kind of said, oh, okay, there's a month where I do the open hardware thing. I get together with friends at a bar. I have a little, meetup in my hackerspace about open hardware. I can do these things. So wherever you are in the world, you can participate in Open Hardware Month, and we publish your event on our calendar, and we tell people to go to it and all that kind of thing. So that's in October. And then around the same time, we started the certification program. How many people have open hardware certifications in the audience? Nice. Excellent. So, and I've heard a lot of people giving talks saying like, hey, certify your project. And so I will tell you again, certify your project. So we started the certification program because of community feedback was continuously like, hey, the Open Hardware Gear logo is great, but there's kind of no legal teeth behind it, right? And there's also no way to really tell if that's truly open source hardware, or if people just like the logo, or they like the words open source hardware and it's a nice marketing term and it helps them get more sales, right? So we kind of created this thing to really make sure that we, when we have a certified piece of hardware, the source has been checked. We know where it is. It's complete. And then we give you a certification because you've checked all the boxes, right? So that is a country code and a specific number that you get with your hardware. And I am going to tell you even more about it in a minute. And then we've got the Trailblazers in Academia program, and that is funded through the Sloan Foundation, and that is really what we got all of the funding for Oshawa through. So that program just started last year, and we are going to have our Trailblazers on stage, and we're going to recognize some people in a minute, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it at that point. But it's a really exciting program, and I'm super excited as to how it is getting more and more academics into the field of open hardware. All right, so the certification. This is how it's grown, and this is only about 5 years old. So we have over 2,000 certifications already. We have certifications from 58 different countries and 6 continents. So if you know any scientists working in Antarctica, we need a certification from Antarctica. Help us out. There is a Mastodon bot for certifications now. So when you certify, we give you a little push out to that. There's all kinds of hardware getting certified. So I love to say that hardware is anything with atoms rather than bits. And we really, really mean that. We have had like tent straps, like camping straps and hammocks certified before. We've got all kinds of things, including we recently just got perfume certified. And I put the certification numbers up there if anybody wants to look it up and make a derivative. There's also been a huge uptick in certifications affiliated with academic papers, and I am hoping that its potential, having a Trailblazers program, having more and more people in the academic community doing open hardware, that this could be a reason why. So the URL is up there. Get your certification, certification.oshawa.org. All right. So for this next slide, I need everybody to take out your phones and take a picture of this QR code. This is kind of just from the Social and Communication Center of Oshawa. So we are officially on Mastodon now. We've got not only the bot that pushes all the certifications out, but we also have just the general Open Source Hardware Association Mastodon. We also started cross-posting with Gosh and the Internet of Production to cross-post announcements on our forums. We still have Twitter as well, so you can still find us there. But also, we want your feedback about this summit and future summits and about a little bit of a web redesign that we are working on. It's 5 questions long, the survey. It's probably going to take you 5 minutes to do. And we would love if everybody in the audience would take our survey. And I will be personally bugging you about it for the rest of the day as well. And just in case I went to the next slide too fast and you didn't get that QR code, there it is again. So talking about the summit and the Summit Fellows, in the 10 years that we have had the Summit Fellow program, we have now this year, we've now had 100 Summit Fellows go through our program. We've helped 100 people get to the summit. So it's pretty awesome. And again, we want your feedback. So here's the QR code and the survey. At the summit this year too, I also think it's really incredible. Again, this whole thing about, open hardware being about distributed manufacturing. Well, what have we done? Oops, we've created a distributed community all across the globe. People who bought tickets to the summit this year represented 26 different countries and 37 states. So yeah, incredible. So there are people from all around the globe here. There are also virtual watchers who also purchased a ticket. So we're trying to, we've always had the virtual summit, but we're also trying to add ways of, being able to communicate with us, like our Discord channel and things like that. So we've always been trying to kind of, get more and more people, be more inclusive to who we can reach in any areas of the world that we happen to be. So take our survey. It asks you a bunch of questions about future summits. And then I also want to thank our summit sponsors in a great big way. So the summit would not be feasible, or we wouldn't be able to put the summit on without our sponsors. So our visionary sponsors, the Engelberg Center, who allowed us space here, and SparkFun, who made your awesome badges. We've got our Fanatic sponsor, Make. Our enthusiast sponsors, BeagleBoard, Hackster, DigiKey, ThingM, CrowdSupply, iFixit, and Ultimachine. And our supporters, Olimex, Panoka, QuickLogic, Hackaday, Lulzbot, Tapster, JK Embedded, LD Motors, Opulo, Adafruit, Arduino, Shopbot, OSH Park, Pulse Sensor, Drone Code, PCBWay, Tindy, No Starch Press, Informal, Circle Phone, Silicon Valley Robotics, Scope of Work, and Framework. Thank you all so much for sponsoring the... Oh my God, what? That's awesome. Thank you. All right, so I guess thank you sponsors and thank you me. Thank you, Michael. I have a feeling that Michael's also the person backstage running this whole Yeah, AV thing. Michael has also been the board president for a lot of years. And so thank you, Michael. All right. Okay. So, as the open hardware community is, we all know, not everybody else in the world knows, but we all know that when you create something, it's not just one person sitting in their garage like a genius inventor, right? We all know the real story is it takes a team. And for open hardware to really be proliferated through the world, it also takes a team. And so I wanted to recognize some of the other nonprofits doing work in this space that is super important. I gave them all the opportunity to have a 1-minute slide real quick. I'm going to have all of them come on up to the stage. And they're all going to tell you about what they've been doing in open hardware. Come on up.
Okay, I'll get going. Hey, everybody, I'm here representing GOSH right now, the Gathering for Open Science Hardware. Did you know that there's people out there who just like love looking at bugs and like want to know what like dirt's up to and things like that and like what's going on like under the water? There's bubbles, even science bubbles. It's fantastic. GOSH is like one of just the most fantastic communities I've ever gotten to be with. They have an incredible forum. It's a decentralized group just making science hardware. If you have something that you're working on that's interesting, you can totally post on the forum and be like, hey, is this useful for science? And some science folks will be like, yeah, we totally want to use this to make science bubbles. Just an example. But it's been super successful. It's just, if you like the group of people in here, you're going to love meeting up with the thousands of people in GOSH internationally that are just doing amazing stuff. And there's been super successful like spin-off groups like that are regional, like Africa OSH and ReGOSH in Latin America. It's amazing. Check out GOSH.
I don't have nearly as much energy. I'm Allison Parker. I'm representing as a board member the Open Science Hardware Foundation, which is a registered nonprofit that's working in close collaboration with GOSH. We were newly renamed as the Governance of GOSH and the Foundation Evolve. So the foundation's goals include strengthening institutional support and public policy in benefit of open science hardware, accelerating the adoption of open science hardware by the scientific community, as well as fiscally sponsoring open science hardware projects in communities, et cetera, et cetera. So right now, things like events funding call for groups wanting to host an event or workshop, focusing specifically on promoting or advancing open science hardware within a specific scientific discipline. So come talk to us. Shannon's here, and of course others around the world. So love to hear your input on that.
Hello, everybody. Maybe some of you are academics who have to occasionally also write papers because somehow certified open hardware on its own is not as compelling to deans and provosts worldwide. I don't know. So we have the Journal of Open Hardware. It's a real sell. The Journal of the Journal of Open Hardware was started by Luis and Toby, also a long time ago, and just slowly publishes things that pertain to open hardware. So if you designed and distributed a piece of open hardware, you could write a paper about it, or if you have some meta insights about hardware that you wanted to investigate and share. We're always looking for reviewers, editors. You could be editor-in-chief, but it's a home for open hardware. Alicia is on the board, so, you know, it must be good. That's all.
Hello, I'm Sarah Hutton from the Internet of Production Alliance. It's a nonprofit located in Copenhagen with a humanitarian focus on building open infrastructures that allow for anybody anywhere to participate in production. We've been collaborating with OSHWA, GIG, GOSH, Wikifactory, Open Toolchain Foundation, many, many more. We have over 16 new members around the globe over just the past year alone. One of our main areas of focus is on the provision of practical and accessible knowledge so that you can make anything. We work on looking at issues surrounding intellectual property, developing open tooling, establishing data standards for portability and interoperability of design files between platforms, specifically to support distributed manufacturing. We're generously funded by the Sloan Foundation Next Generation Internet's Data Portability and Services Accelerator, or NGI DAPSI, and the Make African European Maker Innovation Project, which supports our continuing research and development on open standards that you may have heard of before, Open Know Where, Open Know How. We are currently engaging in research and development on the people and skills specifications that are necessary to produce materials across ecosystems between Europe and Africa. This year, we are excited to have been receiving additional funding from UK Aid and Research and Innovation Systems for Africa, which will support increasing research capacity and autonomous production capability in 9 maker spaces across Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa. We have also received funding from Code for Science and Society to accelerate our work on open governance models to support our growing infrastructure in a participatory and collaborative way. We have several ongoing research and development projects that are listed here. That gigantic QR code, I would love for you to scan and hop onto our community forum where you can join in conversations. We're always looking for more collaborators throughout the maker community as we try to bridge the divide between the open community and industry. Thanks.
I'm back. Representing another organization, the Wilson Center, and we're honored to be included in this list of nonprofits for open hardware. We're a quasi-federal think tank, so we're in DC. We sit sort of at the intersection of public policy organizations and you all, expert communities, academia, et cetera, et cetera. And we look at sort of emerging issues and opportunities in science and technology, including open source hardware. So keep an eye out for some upcoming stuff. We have a policy brief on opportunities for open hardware in environmental monitoring, which we did in collaboration with the Open Environmental Data Project. A report on flagship programs, so like examples of the federal government being involved in both low cost and open source hardware. And a collaboration with GOSH looking at key topics related to sort of open hardware in the open science conversation with a policy perspective. So again, would love to talk to any of you, especially with interest in policy or thinking about sort of the intersection of science, policy, and open hardware. Thank you.
And then we have somebody who is unable to be here, but attending virtually. Joshua Pierce, if he was here, he'd be up here also talking about Hardware X, which is another journal that publishes open hardware research papers in academia. So if you want to choose, this is amazing that we get a choice, isn't it? Right? You can publish in Hardware X or you can publish in the Journal of Open Hardware. It's amazing. So please, if you're in academia, use these journals, publish in these journals, become an editor, all that good stuff. So thank you so much to our community of people who have been here doing stuff in the entire world, right? Because, if you're at this conference, probably it's most likely that you're a tinkerer or a maker or an engineer, and you just love making things, right? But if we don't have the policy people to make these changes, if we don't have the people that are creating the communities around here, then you're still just kind of sitting alone in your garage doing these things. So I think it's really important to recognize that communities, policies, all that kind of stuff, academic journals, take all kinds of different people to make this world go round with open hardware. All right, so this is the part of the program where we're going to talk a little bit more about the trailblazers in academia. I know, I'm going over. So once again, thank you to the Sloan Foundation who has made this possible. Our Trailblazers in Academia program, we put out there to answer such questions as how do you talk to your dean about open hardware? Is your dean open hardware friendly or not? How do you talk to your transfer office about open hardware? And are they going to just be like, no, you have to patent your thing? Do you have a choice? What on earth is this whole open hardware thing even? And, like all the different questions in academia from all the different offices in academia, right? We know it's a huge system, and we're basically trying to turn the Titanic around, right? Trying to take this enormous system that's embedded in not open source, that's embedded in, history and tradition and ways of doing things, and really try to make it different. So in as much as we are trying to share the things that all of the people in open hardware are doing, we put out a call for our Trailblazer program about a year ago, and we chose 9 amazing academics who are already doing open hardware and who need to be recognized for the open hardware that they are doing. And they are helping us pull this whole Titanic, this whole university program into a whole new world of open hardware. And they are all going to have finished products in about a month or so that will also help other academics understand how to do things in their fields, how to do open hardware in academia. So I'm going to bring up really the other half of my brain, Licia Ducton. And Licia has been the project manager for this and has just done such an amazing job helping me out, wrangle all these trailblazers and our mentors. Come on up.
Good morning, everybody. We want to recognize all of our fellows who've worked very diligently to make sure open hardware is recognized, not only in open source hardware, but in academia as well. Our Trailblazers have made sure that they check in with us, they keep us updated on what they're doing as far as their presentations, the students they mentor, the professors they meet with, as well as the deans they let know about open source hardware to get the program really on the map and show how sustainable this field is and how amazing they actually are with their work and how much of a difference it makes, not only in open source hardware, but with diversity and creating opportunities for many students didn't even know this existed. So we definitely want to give a round of applause to them for being so amazing. And I'm going to ask the fellows to come up as I call their name, as we have certificates for them and as well as amazing lapel pins that Alicia had made. Carlotta Berry. Thank you. S. Wu. She's here in spirit. Jonathan Balkin. Congrats. Kevin Acceleri. Congrats. You can come up this way if you like. Since yours is right here. Sure, go. Manu Prakash. Here you go. Juja Marca. Anne Marie Thomas. Mark Ticito. And Dahl Winters. Becca Sharp. Ryan Trujillo. And we have one more for Ryan to accept on behalf of Miriam Linger, who could not be here with us today. Yes.
Do that at the break. All the fellows come up at the break. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And at this time, we also want to acknowledge all of the mentors who are here and ask them to come onto the stage as well. You can come this way. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, mentors.
Thank you. And we also want to acknowledge the students who worked with our fellows, a part of their project. The first student is Xavier Kaur, who worked with SWU on her project. The next student is Alejandra Laringola. Excuse me if I said that wrong. And Alexander Ose. So thank you, all of you, for the projects that you have completed and made. And we ask that you come on stage for one group photo.
All right.
Yes.
And anybody who has a camera, including my husband, could you come down here, please, so we can get this photo?
Yes.
It's good to slide up here and everything. Fellows, mentors, come on. Please see you. We can get the lights up a bit. Michael, can we get the lights up a bit for this photo, please? Thank you. Everybody, like, scooch in, scoot. Right?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming today. It's been fantastic seeing everybody IRL instead of the way we've done it before for so long. My name's Shaw Selby. I am a honorary OSHWA board member. I was a board member from 2018 to 2022, and I run a nonprofit environmental sensor open source organization called FieldKit. So just a couple quick announcements. Remember the Discord for all sorts of questions and conversations you want to have about the talks that are happening today. And remember to vote on the unconference ideas. So that's going to happen later on. We have a pretty exciting day of talks. So the first talk we're going to have today is called Frugal Science, Tackling Societal Challenges with Curiosity, Openness, and a Little Play. And that's Manu Prakash.
So as most of you know, I don't finish my talks on time. I think I have around 20 minutes, somebody will indicate. But I do start with, I think the people that I get a chance to work with, it's none of us work alone, as Alicia just said. I run a lab at Stanford. Many of the people listed here, they've been long-term partners, players, many of them that have gone on to do all kinds of wonderful stuff, take many of the threads and ideas on frugal science and much of the philosophy and derive many, many other projects itself. So everything that you hear is work with the fantastic group of people. And actually, some of them happen to be in this room too. Okay, so I think if you want to take anything away from this talk, I want you to take this. It's complex to think about. This is a Sudanese saying. Marwan, who was a student in my class, a class that I teach called Frugal Science, told me in one of our conversations, he said, let's not make the pen that does not eradicate ignorance and shame. And it has a very deep meaning in the context of the culture itself, but what it really represents is this idea that technology, the pen is a representation of technology. If we are to create sets of technologies, they really have to eradicate ignorance and shame. I work quite a lot in health kind of a context, and many of you know health technologies are not accessible. Insulin is being a great example, but you can go on and on. And this is one of the key challenges that while we are making incredible technological progress on this planet, it is not solving the kinds of problems that we all deeply care about, and not just people in this room. We as society care about billions of people that just do not have access to solutions that we take for granted. So that's really one of the goals is really thinking about access and keeping this in mind, that we don't accidentally keep inventing technologies that actually solve the problem. Over the last 12 years, I've run an academic lab. I don't see any conflict in, academia provides us a place to think and play, but eventually what truly matters is what you get out in the hands of people and around the world. And one of the things that we have to often think about are the people that we're bringing in that fold of science broad enough to be able to really play a role in defining the future. And this will come up. This is a photograph. I'm probably not going to talk about this too much, but this is one of the tools that we scaled up called the Foldscope. This is a photograph from a rural village in south of Tamil Nadu. This photograph gives me a lot of joy. You can see kids excited about tools and technologies, but also 2 million of these tools are out there for 2 billion kids, which also tells you sort of the gap that's associated with this. Let me walk you through certain sets of challenges. At least we focus on 3 pillars. One is education. A huge challenge currently is 1 billion kids around the world live in families that is $2.5 per day or less. So when we really think about solutions and the future of our planet itself, half of them don't even have a play. This is literally a school, an average school, the fact that there is a roof. This is a hospital. This is another picture that I took in Ghana It reminds us of the notion of this is actually a malaria clinic. Again, roughly around 1 billion people have absolutely no access to how you would think about healthcare in any kind of a context. And very similarly, and many of you engaged in this process itself, environmental challenges are of the similar order or sometimes even a larger order. This is one of the contexts of thinking about the environmental apocalypse that we have, while we have not even been measuring many of these sets of parameters. So I'm not going to have time to talk about many of these sets of fronts, but I lose sleep at night, and I want all of you to lose sleep at night. It is important to lose sleep at night, frankly, where we are as a society. And many of you are already engaging and making a huge difference. But I think, we have a long way to go. So I think the principle of what we do is really thinking quite a lot about democratizing access. I might talk about a little bit around diagnostics. Many of these projects are documented. Even if I wanted to, I can't cover all of them and do justice to them in any way and form. So I'll just briefly share with you some anecdotes of what we have learned. The first challenge was almost around 11 years ago. I was in Uganda and met this remarkable individual. We've been working on malaria for the longest time. And he told me, Manu, you should come back to me when you can do diagnosis under a tree. I don't really understand what he meant. And I went and, over the years, I've spent a significant time in malaria regions. I remember taking TIBO in a malaria region in India and realizing how incredibly intricate the social and the technological context are intertwined. And so we started thinking about this for the longest time. And I think one of the things that ends up happening is the sets of tools and technologies almost have to be like pencils and pens, that they can be truly distributed at scale. And manufacturing becomes an intricate challenge. This is one that we tackled during COVID for almost 2.5 years with Dan Harris's lab, who's also here. Was really thinking about, although we can invent and publicly share medical devices in the context of open source, that does not mean care to people. There is a huge intricacy in the regulatory context of thinking about what life-saving platforms could mean. That led to the start of a reference design framework for medical devices. So this is an ICU ventilator. We work with 3 manufacturing partners, India, Nepal, and Kenya, brought them on board with the ISO standards and the FDA standards, and it was almost just a huge ordeal. But at this point, one of them is continuing manufacturing for an ICU ventilator. And one of the challenges, not all problems are solved here. One of the challenges with medical devices still remains is that the regulatory standards, we don't have international regulatory standards to begin with, which is another issue that I can talk about offline. On the diagnostics, another big frontier of, just thinking about COVID itself. I mean, many of you know, you can go walk out and get a COVID test. 3 billion COVID tests were done since, 2021 and since the COVID started, but less than 0.4% of them were actually done in LMIC as a context. So that's a huge gap to be thinking about when we're talking about a pandemic, unless we have an international framework for diagnostics. I mean, many of these technologies need to be in the public health context. And most of that is really driven by that these sets of tools have not been accessible. This is really what the field sites and diagnostics look like, mostly for malaria. This happens to be for COVID. And we've been thinking about many technologies in that space and slowly starting to bring them down into open manufacturing framework while maintaining the kind of quality and regulatory approvals and ownership that's actually needed for medical devices. I'll give you one example of a tool, just to give you a spirit of play. This started a long time ago in Uganda. And one of the challenges that we faced was sample preps require centrifugation. And, on the flight coming back, I was starting to think about this. And we stumbled upon a toy. This happens to be, I don't know how many of you played a button on a string or run run. It's the oldest toy in history of mankind. Toys are phenomenal in terms of, think about open hardware. We make something, we share it, people build upon it. 5,000 years ago, people have found relics of this object. But, the irony is that we didn't understand how it works. So this is where academics come in. This is how it works. But it's important. I think the reason it's important is you might not realize what form factor this object can take. Understanding this, we are able to then build a tool that now holds the world record for the fastest spinning object with human power. And literally for 20 cents, we can do an anemia test now, which 3 billion women need around the world. We can do a malaria test on top of this. And, just to share the joy of sharing technologies, this is one of our clinical studies in Madagascar, in the field. If you ever felt a little shy bringing your first prototype out to the field, this is what it feels like. And the irony of this is a village chief who has to approve before we can run and do any of the usability studies, and he starts very skeptic. But it's also about building technologies that don't look like black boxes, that people can understand, that people can relate to. When you think about the challenges we have in the medical kind of a context. And what was fun is the person that's sitting right next to her is she's the nurse. She's the only woman that's allowed in that meeting. And skip this. I don't know what I'm giggling about, but it's a powerful moment. I just want to share this with you because often enough we miss this. We see sets of tools. What truly matters is when they get in hands of people that need them the most. Adam and a couple other people in the lab, we started thinking about COVID, and that's been a huge thing. We took that set of a project and released another open COVID diagnostics based out of a flashlight. Much of this is documented, so I'm not going to spend some time, but I just want you to feel that the tiny little objects that are around you every day can be turned around into playful little inventions that actually are very meaningful. That's another centrifugation assay for COVID. I want to talk about malaria for a second. This is a data set from a patient from Tanzania. And one of the challenges that we've been building over is to really bring machine learning to the context of 10 means I have 10 minutes or I'm over 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I have 10 more minutes? What? Whoa, okay, I could talk on and on. Look at these pretty pictures, but these are also very deadly parasites. And the reason this is possible that we can do is we've been building completely autonomous robotic microscopes that go out in the field in the middle of the kinds of regions that most instrumentation doesn't even survive. And one of the factors is to really be able to pick out parasites from a single drop of blood. A single drop of blood can have somewhere of the order of 20 million cells. So the instrument is essentially imaging around 5 million cells per minute. It classifies them, lots of ML applied to it. But one of the challenges that we faced out in the field when we started deploying and testing this technology, this was in the field in Assam, one of our field sites, is you notice that the first thing you have to do is take a drop of blood and smear it on, and that's the conditions that these smears are made in, and this is what that actually looks like. Less than 10-20% of this slide is actually useful. So we can't get access to all the information that was smeared on that slide. So just as a training protocol, 200 million slides are made around the world every year. Roughly around 700 million malaria tests are run. And this is what it feels like. This is blood. Don't do this at home.
Okay, nice. All right.
And in 200 years, that's the trick that we have learned how to master. You got to get the angle right and smoosh. If you don't smoosh it right, you don't actually get it.
Yeah, this part's not exactly usable.
And you can see a massive amount of slide is not usable. This is a huge issue. And it seems so simple. And again, going back, this is how you should do it. We could have done this 100 years ago. Landa Livich wrote down this theory that tells us how smears happen. This is much more complicated. It's a non-Newtonian fluid. But using that, we essentially built a way that anybody in the world at this point, it's completely open. A 3D printer is all you need to actually build an autonomous smearing device. You first have to do experiments. This is all possible velocities and angles, and you can tell there is an optima right there, but I'll just show you guys the tool. The tool uses a 17-cent syringe. We make 1 billion of those every year, but it uses it as an actuator, because what you need is a constant velocity actuator, no electronics, and there's a little pinch valve right there that sets the pressure in this device. I can tune the velocity. That's what you need. And that turned into what we call Inkwell. I apologize for all these industrial sounds behind. In a lab, we have to do this under a fume hood. Out in the field, I'm doing this right in my hand, in my pocket. I have some of these devices that people want to play, but I'll just show you the simplicity of this. And around, we have 100 of these units being used for usability testing around the world, 25 sites in the world right now. We're starting to also mass manufacture this as a tool in an open context. But one of the things that philosophically we're using this tool is also explore this idea of 3D printed medical devices, because it's not a life-saving kind of a device. It's pretty simple to make. Any of you who has a 3D printer, print it out, play with it. But the conceptual framework we're trying to understand with that as a tool is this comes a step earlier. It's a sample prep device, and really explore the boundaries of the regulatory process and the manufacturing side of this when a technology scales up. Okay, I'm going to end with work that we have done from a sustainability point of view. During COVID, something, lots of strange things happened, but we decided to build a small scale factory that uses a cotton candy machine to make masks. And this is what that cotton candy machine looked like. We actually industrialized it. The idea was, could you make factories go viral? And suddenly we had around 6 countries, completely different groups, testing these sets of ideas to do on-demand N95, and ironic, everybody knows now what that material means. N95 quality material, raw material produced in the field. We worked with a French company to then scale that up. The entire factory is actually open source. And we started thinking about this, that from a context of sustainability, what are the other products that we really need to make at large scale in a distributed context? And we decided to focus on menstrual pads. This room probably knows this very well, but 500 million women around the world still don't have access to hygiene products. And when you start thinking about that, the scale of this problem is just absolutely immense. Lots of really important things have happened, but it has never been to a point where we haven't been able to make a big dent in that number itself. And one of the challenges is really around semi-arid and arid areas. When you think about how biomass is distributed around the world, one of the challenges is only a handful of countries have most of the biomass, and the rest of the world, there's very little biomass to be thinking. That is timber resources. And this became a bigger challenge. Banana has been used in the past, but banana doesn't grow everywhere. And our focus has really been in the Sahel region in Africa. And along the way, I started thinking about an old friend of mine I had met 10 years ago who had been growing sisal, this one thing that grows everywhere in Africa. And one of the challenges is people have been trying to figure out what to do with it. You make ropes. And we decided to focus on this plant to see, could we use this plant to actually make all the materials that are needed to do local manufacturing of menstrual pads. And I wouldn't be here if we didn't figure that out. That's all publicly available. It's now it's a chemical process that is literally a mirror of what happens in the gut of a termite. But we're not using termites, just the principles and ideas. But long story short, we've been able to run. At this point, we're scaling up this process, but the process is completely open. Any manufacturer in the world can take these sets of ideas and build highest quality pads. I think, a pad is a medical device. And one of the important things to think about is quality control associated with this. So we did a lot of work to really identify the quality to be able to really beat many of the scenarios and criterias. And then we've also applied this to many other materials to really see what is the breadth of these sets of processes. There is a sustainability analysis in that to really demonstrate that local manufacturing really does beat both in cost and other scenarios. This has led to a consortium we're starting for researchers that are passionate about biomaterials, but really in the context of this very specific problem of period poverty. We call this group PlantPad. Now we have members from Nigeria, Nepal, Kenya, a couple of groups in France. And then I'll just end with one picture. Some of you were at the Plankton Scope workshop. Thibaut, Adam are here, and I know for much of the work on the menstrual pad, Anton also was here yesterday at least. And one of the challenges around thinking about the oceanography side is, these boats are awesome, but they cost way too much. And we started thinking almost 6-7 years ago with lots of sets of partners of how to really do and bring this frugal approach to oceanography. Many of you have done these types of things, but I just want to give a shout out to Thibaut, Adam, and a couple people. If you did get a chance to see a Plankton Scope, there are still some of them are out. At this point, we're starting to scale this project. Again, it is an open source project. Anybody can build them, but at that same time, we're very focused on scientifically collected data itself. So there is a huge data side of the story that we didn't get a chance to talk about. And, I think sometimes it's just a joy when you build something, you post it out, somebody else completes that cycle, and data starts coming out. And this is literally the data collected by community members that have built those sets of instruments. If we don't measure our planet, we really are in no position to be able to be thinking about any of the technologies that are being talked about from a carbon sequestration perspective. So this is a very scary road where we are taking that leap. Oh, we're going to modify this planet while we have absolutely no capacity to measure the biological context of this planet. So I think this has really been one of the big focuses. And that can only be done if you bring everybody into the fold of science. I'm going to end here. I teach a class called Frugal Science. It's been really fun to just mentor students from around the world. It's valuable to be thinking about this with a very rigorous framework in mind. And many of you have guest lectured. I'll invite more of you to give talks and threads. But if you know people that are deeply interested in engaging, do send them this link. And let me end with this picture. This is a picture that I took in Liberia. There's lots of work that we do in Liberia with Ebola survivors, diagnostics for Ebola, and starting to build a biomedical research framework in Liberia. The reason I love this picture is, talking about a pen. Many of these students are actually going to school. You can count the number of kids on this bike. But the pen here is a motorcycle. And it's remarkable to think about how this object of a motorcycle has played a role in delivering healthcare. Anybody gets sick, a motorcycle shows up. You're pregnant, a motorcycle shows up. You need a test, a motorcycle shows up. There is an accident, a motorcycle, the ambulance, any set of a thing that you think about, a motorcycle becomes that key criteria. I mean, clearly when people were inventing a motorcycle, they were not thinking about this. But, often enough, we have to see technologies differently, but also make sure that the access is available and let other people build and find uses on top of them. On a rainy day here, I would have taken this bike, except I decided to walk. Okay, I'll end here. I don't know if there's time for questions, but I'm around the whole day today and happy to talk.
Thank you, Manu. That was a great talk. The one thing I do want to note is we are running a little bit behind, so we're actually going to skip the break that we had later on. So if you have to get up and do things, just feel free to do it whenever. Okay, our next talk is OSHW and MBSC for Academic Leadership in Sustainability by Dahl Winters.
Good morning, everyone. I thought I was going to get a break and head off to the restroom, but it looks like I am up here right now. So welcome. So Dahl Winters, I think if I just have to familiarize myself with how the screen works. This is not advancing. Clicker. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. I always have to learn new technologies pretty quickly because the world is adapting really fast. One thing that's been really important to me over the course of my career is how do you incorporate technologies to actually serve important purposes? So today I'll talk about how these two acronyms, the first you'll know about, the second you may not know that much about, can actually help propel us forward in terms of academic leadership and sustainability. Not just academic, but you'll find that maybe this is applicable everywhere. So I attend Colorado State University's Systems Engineering program. I'm a PhD student, have been there since 2020. This year I was supposed to graduate this spring, but I will be a little bit late, but I'm still looking forward to graduating this fall. I've been a developer of open source software and hardware for systems in general, solving problems in science and sustainability for several years. And I'm a member of the Open Air Collective. I want to give them a great honor today. You'll see them mentioned in several slides. Alexander Osei, he's on Open Air, one of the students that, or former students who have been there for many years as well. So, yes. Oh, yes, wonderful. Okay, I was wondering about whether or not I was actually coming across. Okay, is this better? Thank you so much. Yeah, I can hear the echo. I was like, oh, I'm standing like too close. Okay, all right. So background. Basically, I've been, I would categorize myself as a knowledge and systems hacker. That's what I've pretty much done for most of my time. I've been a professional problem solver for 8 years. After I kind of worked for many years before that and attended school many years as well, I found that it was more advantageous for me to solve problems on my own. I've gone through multiple fields of expertise in science and engineering. So that my degree and my undergraduate degree was in biology, even though I wanted to pursue physics, studied physics for many years, and that's really where I love physics. But biology, and then I did ecology for my master's. Kind of did chemistry somewhere in there, so I can help with Open Air's chemical engineering as a mentor for some students. I've also engineering, systems engineering now. But I've also studied mechanical engineering, studied like acoustics, I've studied a lot of stuff. So I just put all of this together and try to generate new technologies to solve important problems. 2017, I happened to earn, it didn't take much to earn this, but apparently out of 500,000 community members in the solver community at InnoCentive, which is now Wazoku, I was number 3 to earn like the most, I guess, of from all the winnings of innovation challenges. And so I do that because I'm at number 2. I try to bust silos. That's my latest term. There's too many information silos in the world. I actually attended a conference last fall, the Energy and Data Conference in Austin, Texas. And the biggest thing that came up there at that conference was the fact that there are silos everywhere. So people who actually want to be more sustainable can't do that, and they can't use the data that they want to use to build the systems that would actually get us there to a faster energy transition. Even though the whole room was like full of oil and gas people. And I'm the only like sustainable renewable energy person that I'm aware of. I was there because they needed some help that they weren't getting. So, and a student of life. So we're all students of life. We're here because we're all taking the class every day, how to live better. So I skipped the outside the box. You guys will see that, that's something that you can ponder later on. But I just wanted to go through these real quick and show you that this is what our department does at CSU. Department of Systems Engineering, lo and behold, it says on their website what they do, which is actually why it's the best place for me to attend, because it says the world's most complex problems. On here, there's not like some of the things I'm going to talk about, which is like the 6th great mass extinction and climate change and stuff not going where it needs to go, which is Manu very wonderfully highlighted. You have all these people not getting the resources that they really need. Academic leadership, systems engineering is CSU's largest degree program by enrollment. There's modeling software that's available as a tool to help systems engineers learn how to solve problems more efficiently. This is also a tool that could be very useful and that I found very useful in open hardware as well. Just enhancing how open hardware is documented and used so that you can more efficiently build upon the blueprints and other things that are available. But I found that within every discipline, sometimes languages evolve differently. You have different jargon, different technical terms and such. And MBSE works really great in systems engineering, but then I start seeing other instances of other languages during my research that seem to fit different use cases a little bit better, but still there's a lot of interplay. There's places where you can borrow techniques from one discipline and apply it to another. So MBSE software, things like there's CATIA, which is made by Dassault System, or actually I think CATIA is, it's in that area somewhere, but there's that one. There's some others like, actually, I've got to remember because I've been looking at Modelio and there's open. There's another type, but all this software, especially Capella, which is really awesome. I recommend that one from Eclipse. These are mostly proprietary and closed source, so most people don't have access to these tools to be able to improve their documentation. But you can see there's systems engineers do some pretty cool stuff to what people do in open hardware. My particular research was in engineering and scaling a cement-based carbon storage system. And I say it was because this past year I had a bit of a detour, which actually resulted in probably more education than I could have imagined in this actual topic. So 1 year, you can see last year about this time, I was doing this research and we got it published. My advisor, you'll see in a moment, and also Kwaku, who's a very wonderful person. He has been an outstanding collaborator and definitely want to honor him. He works as a cement manager, and one of the areas where they want to be more sustainable as well, and they can't be because there's not enough information getting where it needs to go about how to do that. Huge carbon emissions. It's like the 8th biggest country in terms of carbon emissions if it were a country, the whole cement industry. So this work, which had a lot of interest, was actually inspired by open hardware work. So people like yourselves, myself, basically, we do open hardware and we think, well, it's not getting published. So we're not actually seeing the direct benefits of that work. But in turn, your work actually inspires people like me who read the stuff and are able to synthesize new information based on it. And so I actually developed my bit of open hardware. It's called the Cyan unit. It's Cyan Decarbonizer now to make it more descriptive. Open Air Collective was a very kind community to support that work, and I decided when I developed that to open source it or open hardware it. It became OSHWA's first carbon removal device that was certified. And you can see like what it does down there. Yes. Thank you, OSHWA. It's been just the honor of actually getting something certified and out to people. That's something that happens so rarely these days, just because a lot of our work just doesn't see the light of day, unfortunately, in academia. That is what I'm going to talk about today, is what we can change. So I just want to point out the Open Air Collective. If you guys aren't familiar with their site, they do some really great stuff in a diverse area of fields. The Cyan unit, that's my work down there. That's a different, a next generation model. I had a very simple model to begin with. And some other work that they've done, the Violet project, which is still getting built. They've done some excellent open hardware work on that. And then that in turn leads to being able to do carbon removal actions, policy changes. So you have a whole network of effects from like a single cause. And that's very rarely possible in any other field where you're just kind of in this information silo and all of your work kind of gets in an echo chamber to the same people. But in this area, within open hardware, your work actually reaches a much broader network. So open air. This is an example of open source hardware in academia, actually, because you have people such as Matt Parker at NYU, which I would love to meet sometime while I'm here, because he actually teaches at this university. And he has been doing some immense work this past year, organizing the 2023 Open Air Carbon Removal Challenge, which has invited 28 colleges and universities across the world to be able to participate. And they get to go through the process of designing and developing an open hardware system that meets a very important need. Not unlike the needs of people who are not getting the resources they need in Africa or in other places. Here we also have a need of carbon to be removed from the air, just to keep our planet stable, and that's a need that we all share. But there's differences in priorities and based on just learning experiences that people have had that cause them to value some things more than others. So just wanted to point this out, that this is an example of open source hardware in academia right now. That's already passed, actually, and I was supposed to have been a judge there, but I was too busy this year, unfortunately. So in the past, I've been judge, mentor, and such for many students. Where that has gone, you can see the Cyan project here. That there's been a lot of interest from, these are all links that if you go to the slide deck, you'll be able to click on all of these and see what these are about. I'll just skip all this because it's on Open Air's website, but we basically, I thought my paper was really great that I had with my department, Kwaku, and my advisor, Dr. Simsky. Here, Ross Kenyon did one podcast of me, and it got like 7,800 views in that 1 year. So I had 4,000 people visit the page for my paper. So, but this was pretty nice just to see there's different ways of reaching people that should all be taken advantage of. But yeah, the Cyan project, we had a student, Kat Sale, who's gone on to do some great things in cement work, just because of, probably some of what we did contributed. And she's a great person, very knowledgeable, and, definitely want to honor her work as well. But you can see all of these different icons are programs having actual impact today, getting things changed around to improve how carbon is removed. These are all stemming from open hardware work. So pretty cool. I, of course, have to give a shout out to my advisor. I mentioned his name before, Dr. Simsky. He's a professor of systems engineering at CSU. And he is one of the people that I admire the most for his excellence in teaching and his commitment to students. He has about 50 students at CSU. Now, he has 50 students, graduate students, because systems engineering is the largest degree program, and most of the students are remote. They're distance students like myself. So he inspires excellence wherever he goes. It's like a carpet of excellence that just gets rolled out behind him, and he walks in front, and just all the students are able to follow in great footsteps. So huge amount of citations, and I've only contributed one citation or one paper so far to this due to all the other work I've done this last year. So so I'm overdue to get my papers published. Why I've been so late. Yeah, I'm going to go there I'm going to go through all this really fast. Okay. Yeah, I obviously I did not practice beforehand. But, thought leadership, my bright idea. This is why the past year I've not actually, had a lot of academic progress, because I thought that, there's an important problem I wanted to solve. But it actually ended up teaching me a lot more about sustainability and how systems engineering and open hardware can work together. I'm just going to go past this real quick, just acknowledging my team, who, through systems engineering, I should have known about the stuff on the right, which I did kind of know about. Known unknowns, unknown unknowns, things that could happen, like raining this morning on my way over here, such that I had to walk in the rain for 15 minutes. But, that's what happens. And so you got to be prepared for those things and adapt. And the delays everywhere experienced during COVID, that was something that I incorporated into my thinking. So y'all know about the challenges. I'm going to skip past this. Basically, our approach is to solve a plumbing problem, and we did so kind of through a combination of systems engineering and open hardware, where to deploy open hardware. So solving this global problem, optimizing where the pipe should go, then implementing that. This company, this is now about like what we've been doing with the work that in total in the past. Don't do that at the bottom. That's like really bad for your fundraising. So you got to keep it simple and understandable, which is why documentation is so important. So let's skip that one as well, because this is why really we need to bust silos, because if he said it, it's got to be right? I mean, it's he had some great ideas, Albert Einstein. So and there's all these, like, basically if time and space cannot be found to merge together, like the most basic stuff, then we know that all the information silos that we have kind of need a little bit of breaking down as well. This is what kind of where everything relates that I've experienced so far past few years. OpenAIRE has kind of been up in that sphere. Systems engineering was down here. And so I kind of, try to take advantage of, great people, great minds that I had around me to make a little company, which is really small right now. And part of that, just showing you how great CSU is in things. It's an academic leader in sustainability. So if any place I'm going to learn about the problem just by being at CSU that we're trying to solve, it's really a really forward-thinking place, and does incredible research, like finding out that if you actually use an electric scooter or e-bike, you're doing more to save the planet than even like motorcycles or like bicycles. It's pretty cool. Model-based systems engineering. Yeah, I know I'm going to run over a little bit, but I will stop myself because I actually 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm in. Oh man, yeah, it's going to be rough. Yeah, but just to say, I'm going to get to the very end. Y'all can look at this, and it's going to be up on YouTube, and you can ask me questions on Discord, but let me just get to the cool stuff. Just want to highlight the work that has been done on the Global Village construction set. Actually shows how model-based systems engineering is applied to sustainability already. So you just unite that with open hardware, which they've already done. I was going to show that this is basically the symbols for model-based systems engineering, and what they've developed. It's open source technology pattern language, which can go on to build more things like, circuits of all kinds, nodes and edges, basically networks, which then can develop into representations of larger networks. We got the standard model, periodic table, everything, circuit schematics. That's how everything is kind of united. Everything's kind of networked together. So, and I'm going to go through these real fast because I want to get to the very end. And I know I had too many slides, but I was cramming them in at the last moment. Yeah, definitely skipping that one. Yeah. So, solutions from systems engineering and open hardware. Look looks like I have to stop. So you guys can't hear the rest. So, I got all of these left, but yeah, it's going to get good. Yeah, way too much. See, I just went wild last night. So, yeah, you can get there. My thanks to everyone that had to stop there. So, and especially to Manu Prakash, S, and Ginger. You can all look at this later. Yep, the last slide at last. So, okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Doll. As I mentioned before, the Q&As for all the talks are going to be taking place on Discord, so be sure to check those out. Our next talk is Your Technological Go Bag and You, Consolidating Your Workbench for the Field by Laurel Cummings.
Good morning. Is this a filler slide? How does this work? There it is. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Laurel Cummings. Essentially, I just build a lot of stuff in a lot of weird places. And I've learned a lot of lessons over the years about what is actually worthwhile to bring with you, whether you're going to a natural disaster like I usually am, or if you just want to go backpacking with a 3D printer for some reason, or you're going to Coachella and you're like, hey, you know what sounds really great? Some Arduino projects. So I was thinking about this talk and I was reminded of the last time I was in New York City, which was about March of last year. And I was going with an organization to the Hungary-Ukraine border to help with the refugee crisis that was currently happening as a result of the war and all those things going on. And part of that kind of work involves having to pack out everything you're going to need in bags that you can check at the airport. And if you ever want to challenge yourself, check a bag with tools in it. It really, you get the weight limits, it all gets a little crazy. And so there's a lot of things that you can do to prep yourself for facing situations like this. This is predominantly where my moonlighting work is. You don't know exactly what you're going to find on the ground, right? You don't know what's going to be waiting for you. You don't know what problem sets you're going to run into or what you're going to want to try to build. You can, though, take your best guess and do whatever you can to prepare for things like this. This is a lot of what's going on currently in Ukraine with a lot of the rubble that's associated with everything. And there is a litany of problems that we've been trying to tackle out there. And so when it comes to packing out for things, if you're not careful, you're gonna end up looking like this, which is me in the back seat of a four-door Kia Fonte or something that was packed to the gills with 3 adults, several bags of equipment and supplies. What we were doing is we were actually distributing waterless toilets to different refugee centers all around the border. And what that involves is that you're going to bring those things, but you're also going to want to make modifications in the field, because even if you show up in these situations with the technology, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right solution. So like I was saying, that's what I do pretty much all the time. This was actually from Sanibel Island last September/October when Hurricane Ian came through. I live in Miami. And so it was, for me, I got to just drive across the state to get there, which was actually a real treat. I didn't have to pack out as much. I actually had a vehicle I was taking with me. I could load up my bed with whatever stuff I wanted to bring. But I've actually kept it really simple. So all of this is said that I wanted to play a game. I have used a lot of tech. You guys have used a lot of tech. We all are here for a reason, right? So if you're familiar with Tinder, right? Okay, maybe not as many people have had to deal with the hellscape of online dating as I have. There's something that you can do when you're looking at potential, partners or people that you might want to meet up with. You choose to, if you want to meet that person, what do? You swipe right. Stage right. So what I was thinking is that we're going to talk about this. We're going to do a little test one first. I have made a delightful litany of Tinder profiles for various tech that I have seen people often bring in the field that I have brought myself. And we're going to just see what we're a little crowdsourcing of our opinions. So let's start with an easy one. A multimeter. All right. Is this a swipe right for a good thing or a swipe left for not bringing it? Right. Correct. Okay. Next one, a laser cutter. What are we thinking, left or right? Left. Oh, I heard some contention. Yes, this is absolutely a left. I took a laser cutter one time to a hurricane in North Carolina. I was driving a 20-foot box truck through flooded highways from DC. Nightmare scenario. The only thing it was good for were O-rings. That is the only thing we used it for in the 10 days we were there on the ground. Don't bring a laser cutter. Okay, solar charge controllers. Do you think that this would be a swipe right or swipe left? Right, absolutely. So solar charge controllers are something I will always, always, always have in my bag. This is one of the easiest things. If you're ever trying to contribute to helping in a recovery scenario, you can use these with residential solar panels that might not have enough juice in them to power a house. You can absolutely go, though, reclaim those and use them for a community phone charging station. One of my kind of party tricks, if you will, is taking busted residential solar panels, claiming a old car battery out of like a flooded out car. You just like get the water out of there, put some distilled water they can usually find in a grocery store still. And then you got a community cell phone charging station. And it's using technology in those really simple, straightforward ways to give people the social comforts and the assistance that they need in those moments, not try to, go all over the top. So that's right. Okay, another one. What do we think about taking a SDR in the field? All right, left or right? Right. Okay, yes. So this one is definitely a swipe right if you set it up beforehand, okay? You got to remember, things are going to have software updates. And if you're in a place that has no Wi-Fi and very bad cell signal because all of the towers were taken out, or there are no towers, period, because you're hiking the Appalachian Trail with an SDR, you're going to want to make sure that you set that up before you leave connectivity. So that's a right. Come on. Soldering iron. Super light. That's a fair point. Yes. So soldering iron, super important. Obviously swipe right. But the thing is that you want to make sure that you can have one that works off grid, essentially. So obviously there are butane ones out there, but my preferred method is actually buying ones that have, that use like battery packs, like a DeWalt battery pack in this case, as your supply. I think you just get a bit more control over the heat and the temperature when you're not trying to use gas, but either one of these are fantastic. So this is a right. Excellent. So good at this. All right. Roller tubes. Has anyone even heard of these? No, I see one hand. Okay. These are my favorite, like least known thing in the world because they are essentially portable antenna masts that roll up into like the size of like, I don't even know, like maybe a roll of paper towels. These are really great if you can find them. Usually what I do is for equipment like this, I try to go to like military surplus stores, or there are some very specific thrift shops in my hometown where I will find weirdly a lot of like old military gear that was tactically acquired when somebody got out. So finding stuff like this is a fantastic thing. If you see this, you should grab it. But here's the problem. You often can't find these. So in this case, in my Tinder scenario, this is where I go, oh, I'm not really sure if I like this person. And then you close the app and forget about him. Okay. 3D printers. Everyone's got a lot of feelings. What is the consensus of the room? Swipe right or swipe left? Left. Oh my gosh. Okay. I had a whole thing. It absolutely is a swipe left. I was going to get up here because I thought everyone was going to say swipe right. So fabulous job. You all subverted my expectations. I was going to stand up here and go on a bit of a rant. Essentially, I've taken 3D printers all around the world. One, they're usually a pain to break down. and actually get set up. There's so many issues from the fact that if you don't have your CAD files already done, you're going to be spending a lot of time, like when you're already trying to balance a lot of different things when you're on the ground, trying to then work in like SolidWorks or Fusion 360 or whatever your CAD software of choice is. And it just sucks up more time than it is useful for. The other thing is temperature. So realistically, when you take a 3D printer out to the field, it ends up having to be like this. They get very upset. This was a 3D printer, is a Lulzbot Mini, shout out Lulzbot, that I took to the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian came through. And the temperature was just not happy. There's no air conditioning, right? And this was in September. So it's super humid. There is no like air conditioning because nobody's got really good power. Everyone's just got barely enough with generators running in their houses. So what we did is we actually had to wrap a Mylar blanket around it. And that was a perfect solution to get it to work in that scenario. So if you ever do need to take a 3D printer, just throw a Mylar blanket in your kit and it'll help you in the way. Okay, electronics kit. Obviously, this is right, totally. My thing about electronics kits is that it's kind of in the same vein of the 3D printer, but much less space. You want to make sure that you're bringing stuff that you know how to use. Like when you're out in the field, that is not the time to like go, you know what? I bet I can figure out this like open source LiDAR in 2 days while I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. Sometimes you want to keep it simple. So like in my kit, I usually just have a bunch of my preferred microcontrollers, some sensors that I already know how work up is like every which direction. For example, the ultrasonics, love me a good ultrasonic. And one of my biggest piece of advice is that when you pack out something with a lot of little stuff, you want to have a list that has all of the things that you put into that specific bag, and you want to tape that list to the top of the bag. You're going to be so sleepy when you are on the field because you're going to be dealing with so many different things going on, and you're trying to figure out what's going on and doing the life-sustaining part of deploying or hiking or, partying at Burning Man, whatever you got going on. That if you just pre-label your stuff, you're gonna thank yourself, okay? Drones. Ooh. Okay. How do we feel about drones? Do we think this is a swipe right or a swipe left? Left. Oh, I hear some rights. I think this is a little one contentious. Okay. So with drones, I think it very much comes down to, are you familiar with the platform? Going back to my last point, the field is not the place to be learning new things. And I've seen people drive themselves nuts because they couldn't figure out why their controller wasn't pairing to their receiver on the drone and things like that when you could actually be tackling other stuff. So if you've got this ready, then it's in your skill set, and then, technically you have your part 107, depending on where you're going. Yes, absolutely take a drone. And they're surprisingly resilient. So this is a picture I took last week of a drone that we flew in North Carolina. We lost it in a swamp. And a buddy of mine happened to be back in the area like a year and a half later, and he went and found it in the swamp. It was still there. We brought it back. We changed out the flight board and then also the battery pack. Turned on. So obviously drones are a bit more resilient than I initially gave them credit for. But if you do take them out in the field and you're not really prepared for that, sometimes things, there it is. Sometimes things like this happen. I was flying a drone around my office one time and it lost power. And I swear to God, it's the office is huge and there's one pitcher of beer on the table and the drone happens to lose power right over top of it and crash straight into it. However, I threw it in a filament dryer over the weekend and by Monday it was flying again. I didn't have to even swap anything out. So drones, beer proof. Power tools. Swipe right, swipe left. Right, obviously. My biggest recommendation though is that you get one of these quick connect type of sets. They come usually prepackaged in their own little box. Love a box. And it just helps you have versatility, especially when space is a constraint. There is, though, the trade-off that if you have something that does a lot of things, it's going to do all of those things kind of okay and nothing good. You know, every time you got those multi-purpose tools, it's very much a balance of, do you want to be multi-purpose or do you want to be good quality? All right, so swipe right. My kind of bonus round in this game of Tinder hardware that we're playing, you definitely want to bring cash. It doesn't really matter where you go. One of my tips and tricks is that I always carry $100 American bill, no matter what country I'm going to, because that is I have a weird situation that I need to fix. And like 95% of the time, if you whip out $100 bill, it will fix it. Like, I need to get a car to take me to this other town in Poland. $100 bill will fix it. Hey man, can you please stop like haranguing me? $100 bill, we'll fix it. So it's one of those things that you want to keep $100 bill, just tuck somewhere safe. And then when you have to use it, it's a good story. Other one, instant coffee. This is so important. I cannot emphasize this enough. You want to have instant coffee because creature comforts are important, especially when you're in crappy places. Whether it's that you got no power, that there's a disaster, or you, again, are hiking a trail, coffee is really important. These little like instant Vias, whatever they're called, they're fantastic. They taste great. I've tried a lot of instant coffees over the years. This is my recommendation. The last one, I'm not condoning smoking. Let me start there. But if you carry a pack of cigarettes overseas, it is a way for you to make friends with anybody pretty quickly. It is something that if you need to if you're trying to find problems to solve and help in a situation, honestly, offering someone a cigarette and just saying, hey man, what's going on? What do you need? Like, what's the rough situation here? People like it. It just really helps you get to the hard problems with people by offering a little bit of social kindness. So in all of this, the bottom line is that if you're going to go out in the field, especially with a bunch of stuff, you have to make sure that you are sustainable and you're self-sustaining. If you go to a disaster, especially, I always kind of call this the prime directive. You cannot become part of the problem. And that means that you have to have all of this stuff that you need, not only to operate and do the work that you want to do, but also take care of yourself. This might be embarrassing and a little TMI, but I forgot toilet paper when I went to Hurricane Ian, and gas station napkins are just not fun. But so there are a lot of things that you need to keep in mind, and making lists and preparing ahead of time is definitely the way to do it. It is actually going to be hurricane season here in a couple of months, and I'm already starting my preparation process. So all of this is to be said that you can take a lot of stuff in the field. Everyone has their own preferences, but as long as you know what you need and how to use it, you're going to have a great time and you're going to have success, and it's probably going to work out. And if it doesn't, it's fine. It's just tech. It doesn't matter like the people do. So thank you. This is all my information. I always like to talk to people about how they can get involved in disaster response or, doing social good with technology. So if anybody's interested in that sort of stuff, hit me up. Yeah, thank you guys.
That was great. Thank you. As someone who does a lot of engineering on glaciers or in rainforests, there's a lot of good insight in that. So the next talk that we have is cross-pollination for cultural shifts, and it's Sean Martel.
I realize the title is a little bit vague. I guess the tagline was supposed to be why art needs open source. Originally, I was going to do a little bit of a performance afterwards, but due to hardware constraints, I'm just gonna have a little table out in the demo room, so for people to just play around. Yeah, okay. So a bit of an introduction. My name is Sean Martel. I'm a sound designer and experimental new media artist. Most of my work is done, I guess, in video and 3D, making kind of like weird video stuff and installations. A lot of my work is about like the assemblage. How do we take apart the workflow of a thing and reconfigure it to make new kinds of stuff, and purposely misusing tools to do that. The first, so a lot of my time before, I guess, like getting into tech was like DIY punk spaces and community spaces where I was just kind of like dabbling in circuit bending, and then later getting into like the more constructed stuff. And some of the lessons that I learned are definitely your problems are not special. And really early, this is the hardest thing to hear and remember, because I was always just thinking that everything that was happening was just my problem, but there is so much documentation and it is amazing. Thank you so much. The second one was that like open source is inherently radical, especially in a time where we are constantly met with barriers to knowledge, whether it be intellectual, social, or economic. The fact that we are gathering here to celebrate and enjoy the kindness that people have with their knowledge makes it possible for anyone to get their hands dirty. And that's amazing. The fourth one is you can just do stuff. Like nobody's just waiting out in the bushes, like whenever you're trying to try something new for the first time, just to tell you that you can't do it. And that's also amazing. And support is always great. So a lot of my inspiration comes from like philosophy, because philosophy is like how we create culture. I feel like philosophy and art just kind of are the two pieces of the Venn diagram. Because if we're going to be creating futures that we want, we need to be able to communicate the beliefs and values through the things that we create. So I think open source is like definitely part of this philosophy that facilitates that, but maybe sometimes forgets how important that is. And so a large, I guess like two big contributors to like philosophy for me and making are the Donna Haraway reading for Staying with the Trouble and Object-Oriented Ontology. So staying with the trouble, like two big things to roll out is like things are going to get really weird and sticky with your research. And when they get weird and sticky and put you in weird binding situations where you're trying to understand and categorize things, to just let it go, but also don't be afraid to care. And don't be afraid to let it change you in surprising and like thought-provoking and heartwarming ways. And the other one for object-oriented ontology is like relationships and experiences between all things, all objects are finite. There's no way to know everything about anything or everything about anyone. And that's kind of absolutely magic. But also things are at their most real when they break, that they defy our biases. Especially with objects, we always want to like invisibilize stuff before we need it. And so we go get the tool or go get the software or hardware, and we always just want it to work. But it's not that easy because things break over time. And when they break, that's how our relationships deepen with those objects and with those materials. So I guess why we're all here today, or I guess like my work, is the EMF turntable. This was a musical instrument that I built using an electric sloosh circuit. I can get to that later. But what it does is it's a microphone for electromagnetic fields. So this picks up electromagnetic fields through small personal devices, and I use it for music curation or creation. So originally, I had found this article that Jonas Grushka had made and provided the BOM for. So I started building it, and originally it was created to be like a field microphone. So you go into a space and then you read all of the electromagnetic fields in a space so you can recreate what that space is supposed to sound like with magnetic oscillations. Originally, so the reason why this needs to exist, the circuit, is because electromagnetic fields are not something you can hear with your ears. They exist in a totally different range other than the human hearing spectrum, all the way down into like, I want to say like radio static. And like radio static exists all around us, but we don't ever hear it. Also, some of it, we are actually just walking through 1% of remnants of the Big Bang, which is like kind of a crazy thought to think of. So coming back to Jonas Grushka, he also created Loam Audio, which is like a experimental music label, and does manufacturing for like a lot of like funky field recording instruments, including things like a magnetophone, which is like just like a magnet spike that you stick on the ground so you can hear what goes on in there. So when I decided to change the form factor of the circuit, or like why I'm using it, it gained like a performance and like bodily element. So I have to play it as though it is an instrument. It's not a thing that I just capture with, that I have full mobility of how things are captured. And I guess that also kind of brings into this idea of like being able to change how things are being read by how I'm interacting with the objects themselves. So if I'm reading a phone or a tablet, by pressing the buttons, by swiping the screen, I'm creating different tones of sound. I guess this is mostly just about, what I was talking about, the human hearing spectrum, but also the range of visible light. So what does this have to do with culture? Open source documentation lays the groundwork for people that work with content to broadcast new values and bring it to new places it may not have been without the content attached. So that's why it's really important to like, sometimes even the form factor really changes everything. It doesn't have to be exact. It doesn't have to be changed that much to create like a whole new world. So when we talk about electromagnetic fields, obviously it's not just the things in the air or the stuff in our pockets, but this is connected to like a whole world, both like big and small, of like how we interact with things or how we view other objects or other animals. This goes as big as like our whole planet with the North and South poles. It creates the magnetosphere that keeps us safe from solar rays. That's a little bit big to think about, but without it, all of our fauna would just be like torn away from our planet. And then on the animal spectrum, a lot of the electromagnetic fields are ways to navigate the planet. I guess I'll see you later, or if you want to get a hold of me about all of this and socializing, ask me questions, I'll be on the Discord. I'll also probably post a track that I've created with it if you want to go listen to that. Thank you so much.
Sorry, just as a reminder, we're not going to have that break. So next up we have Ryan Trujillo and Becca Sharp. I apologize for that. I'm talking about open hardware for culture and history.
So I am Ryan Trujillo. We are both from New Mexico Highlands University, which is from a rural town in Las Vegas, New Mexico, very middle of nowhere, New Mexico. I teach in the software systems design department, primarily web programming languages and some courses in IoT and Arduino. I'm also the lead developer of the Cultural Technology Development Lab, where we work with museums to basically create open source solutions using software and hardware.
And I'm Becca Sharp. I'm a grad student at New Mexico Highlands University in the MFA program. And right now, a lot of my work really focuses on using open source hardware and technology to talk about mental health and invisible disability.
So first off, I would like to thank Oshawa and the Sloan Foundation, who have really just given us an opportunity to be a part of the Trailblazers Fellowship. Part of our work has been to take our exhibits electronics kit for called the Museduino. We have been able to take time to actually put our documentation together and get certified this year. Also, we have been revisiting a lot of our old projects to create basically a set of case studies to showcase some of the work that we've done with electronics for museums across the state of New Mexico. So oftentimes when we work with museums, our goal really is to help them tell stories. And that involves using some open source hardware and electronics to help tell those stories. Oftentimes, some of those stories, integral parts of the stories are, places, either sacred sites, sometimes they're buildings that are closed off to the public that are really inaccessible, but they help narrate the exhibit. So this picture here is of Los Alamos, which is where the atomic bomb was built. So a lot of these buildings are like basically where they soldered a lot of the components to build the bomb. Most people can't actually visit this site. So a museum that's close by actually wanted to highlight some of the details about the event.
And that led to this project here in 2017 for the Manhattan Project National Historic Park. And what this was 9 interactive drawers using open hardware to trigger audio, LEDs, and encourage people to smell things like burning electronics. And those were scents that, it was gross, but they were scents we made ourselves as well. And this experience was also followed with a 360 video of these buildings behind the fence. And this was built in 2017. I recently went back about 6 weeks ago, and all of the open source hardware is still running flawlessly, and it looks great. Yeah. So this leads to this year, we're working with the Los Luceros Historic Site. It is the newest historic site in New Mexico. And the question is, what happens when a cultural landmark open to the public for 200 years is suddenly locked shut? So I'll tell you what we do. What I did was I got up pretty early. We got a 911 text from the site, and they said, we have a tech emergency. They are closing the chapel. They're locking it up, and they're not going to allow anyone to go in. And this was a very important part of the building for this historic site. It has so much history just inside, but also the architecture and the work that was done in there. And so I did what I think anyone would do, is got up pretty early, packed up my equipment, got an oversized coat, and went down to the historic site. And I went inside the chapel and I began taking LiDAR scans and as many scans as I could and as much photogrammetry that I could get done before the elders of the church showed up to lock up the chapel. And so as I was finishing my last scan, I heard a door shut, and I said, that's either the historic site like coming to warn me that they're here, or that's the actual elders coming to lock the chapel. And so what I did was I put my equipment in my oversized coat, which is why it was important, sat down and I prayed to the open source hardware gods that I could get out of there. And what I did is I left, and I was able to capture multiple beautiful scans that are now going to be used in an interactive exhibit that will allow users to still see the inside of the chapel. Yes, and so these buildings will also be 3D printed. So using Blender is our favorite open source software for that. We'll be 3D printing these buildings around the site, and it actually leads to this project, which is an interactive map of Los Luceros Historic Site. So this is a CNC routed map, and this will assist visitors with wayfinding. This map is really important because we're actually using a local company in Las Vegas called Old Wood. And what we're doing is we're planning on using some of the wood that was burned during the northern New Mexico fires last year. And actually, that actually caused us to evacuate from our school and not be able to attend for our finals. And so we're taking that wood and we're going to use it into this map to just bring something beautiful out of something that was really hard that happened. And so, and actually this day last year was when we were evacuated. So it's happy to be here. But we're also using Blender, and we'll have many different electronic components that users will be able to wayfind around this beautiful historic site because it's awfully large.
So most of the times when we work with cultural institutions, they're really not so much bought into the idea of using open source hardware. Most times they use proprietary solutions. Well, normally with museums, they have exhibits that are sort of short span runs, right? They're only there for 6 months. Sometimes they buy equipment that is sort of one-off solutions that then when the exhibit leaves, it ends up in a back closet and they don't ever use it again. Because most proprietary solutions are sort of closed box, right? Where they can't edit or modify any of the content. So they really become unusable after that. So our goal of using open source hardware, we really have to make sure that the components that we're using and to work with these institutions, we have to know that they're going to be robust enough to support 100 plus visitors a day. Most cases, they also have to be low maintenance. So we really kind of drive that home with them because the most that exhibit staff is willing to do is really flip a switch. You can't really have them do much because they're not really trained to do anything else in that regards. There are some exhibit employees that may have some knowledge. In most cases, they really don't. The other sort of thing that's important about building open source exhibits is affordability. We come from New Mexico where most museums there do not have large budgets to be able to basically buy new hardware every time there's a new exhibit. So this really helps to kind of keep exhibits under budget. The nice thing about this as well is that it's updatable or modifiable. So it really falls in line with sustainability. So when an exhibit changes out, that means that we can change the software very easily. We can also change components very easily. Another important factor is the ability to replicate and share. So other museums can share together and use that as a resource. As part of our work, sometimes we also have to think about scalability. So our exhibit toolkit uses Cat5 cabling to sort of make larger scale exhibits. So we have the microcontrollers, the main controller, and we use Cat5 to like run, 20 feet long cables so that we can, build an environment around this particular space. In New Mexico, a lot of museums are like historic buildings that are built from like Adobe. Wi-Fi, Bluetooth does not really work very well in those kind of buildings. And then lastly, a major part is just using open source for accessibility. So we try to use interaction that meets accessibility standards. So really what that means in the museum world is a closed fist interaction, meaning basically can somebody interact with that exhibit using a part of their body. And so we use a lot of CapTouch and like buttons to kind of help with that, and a lot of auditory and visual aspects. So MP3 players are sort of like our go-to component. So our projects kind of range in a very wide variety. This is a project we did in 2015. This is a sort of a volunteer-run exhibit in Carlsbad, New Mexico, small town. And so some volunteers made this very small scale rendition of the town in the early like 1800s. And these two particular volunteers were really interested in model trains. And so they purchased a whole bunch of vignettes, basically motorized contraptions where like that you can give it power and they just run, but they wanted some interaction. So what we did is we programmed some Arduinos and some push buttons so that way each little vignette runs for like 30 seconds at a time.
And we actually love open source hardware so much that we even put it inside a bathroom at the historic site. So at the Jemez Historic Site in 2019, we built this lava wall, and we really wanted to capture like the landscape that formed that was formed by volcanic. We also wanted to capture the landscape that was formed by volcanic activity. And so what we did was made these really fun. They looked like Cheetos at first before you put them on the wall, but afterwards it looked really great. And so the problem with these bathrooms is people would never turn off the light. And so we were like, how can we make it fun to turn off the light? And so we would have them turn off the light when they left, and that's when the lava would flow down. And lastly, this was an exhibit for the New Mexico the New Mexico Art Museum in 2020. And so this was a photography exhibit titled Breathtaking. And so we started this project at the beginning of 2020, and we wanted a really nice illuminated sign for the museum. But then in March of 2020, the phrase like breathtaking really became something more intense and so much more than a sign. And so as I was protesting during the day, in the evening, I was soldering LEDs and wondering how we can present this signage in the right way. And so what we did is we made the lights slowly breathe. And so when people would come down to the exhibit, they could breathe with a sign when entering. And so this really was a thoughtful project that we wanted to give the right meaning to and everything that they needed. And so this was in 2020. We actually built it in 2020, but we weren't able to install it for at least 9 months later. And I'll tell you again, the open source hardware worked perfectly when we opened up that box again to install. So.
All right. So if you have any questions, you can find us on the Discord. I still have Twitter. I don't really use it that much, but I can still answer questions there. And
yeah, and I'm on Instagram for Beck Duino.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Oh, sorry. Next up, we have, I'm sorry if I, Zhuja, Marka, talking about expanding open source ecosystem and large academic collaborations.
All right. I need to figure out the clicker. I assume this is next. All right, thank you very much. I am very happy to be here, and I did not come from far, just from uptown, from Columbia University. I am one of the trailblazers. I'm not a faculty, I'm a research scientist, and then I'm also representing not just the regular academia, but a large international collaborative research type fraction of the academia, which is actually large. So I'm very glad that I can feed back to how to engage more academics in open source hardware. So I actually built the timing system together with a lot of colleagues within LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, which discovered gravitational waves from not as but colliding black holes and also neutron stars a few years ago. And we use an interferometer to do that. So how does that work and what is that interferometer? So actually we have a very large installation, not just one, there are two within the United States. This is the Hanford site. Those tubes over there, those lines, they are actually vacuum tubes 4 kilometers long, okay? And there is an installation of very complex optical elements, mirrors, which need to work and move in unison to be able to detect displacements of 10 to the minus 19 meters, okay? Mind-boggling. So all those mirrors, everything, and also the data which we timestamp, they really need precise timing, and that's what I worked on. And everything is open source in a sense that you can go to LIGO Document Control Center and find not just our timing system, but everything but LIGO built, or nearly everything but LIGO built. There's a public interface. Of course, there comes the next. Why I'm here, because there's one thing you can find something if you really want to. Can you really build it again if you want to, or you would ever need it? Can you use it for other things? And how is it easy, difficult to do that? So this is what I worked with students in the past year as one of the fellows. So, of course, open science is very important for our collaboration. We are actually publishing papers and scientific results like, those colliding black holes. And of course, the data is also public, not right away, take 18 months or so. And we are actually making our software available and the data available through Open Science Center, Gravitational Wave Open Science Center. You can go there, find our data, and actually even software to analyze the data with it. And of course, on the left side, where you see, we also have hardware. And while we always put science first, it's really based on the foundation of the hardware. All of our results, we wouldn't have those amazing discoveries without this. So, but everybody finds that most important. This is at the bottom. I used large fonts to show that we wouldn't have that without this. So what are those hardwares? Well, they could be optics. This is one of the vacuum chambers inside, okay? All right, this is one of the seismic isolation platforms. It's not in a vacuum chamber yet. And this is one of the timing boards which we had at Columbia. Okay, there are hundreds of these and so on. And this is the LIGO document control center where you can go and, search. Not easy, I have to admit that. NSF funded our project and everything is, actually I want to say go this way, everything is available because there was an NSF mandate and that's why you find all these things. I worked with 3 collaborations, not just with LIGO, and actually LIGO, it's not only LIGO, we have Virgo and Conrad, there are several detectors worldwide. We need each other in order to actually tell which direction a given event we detected came from. Timing is used in that, proper timestamp. And as a scientist, I also work with other collaborations because my data analysis side of the work is something which is called multi-messenger astronomy. I am actually connecting information which are coming from several different instruments, different channels. This is a neutrino detector. So Alicia, I don't know whether you are here. I actually know people who work at the South Pole, okay? Although I don't know whether they would. Okay, all right, so that's IceCube. I am very heavily involved with that. I'm doing the joint search. This is another team which I actually also looked information from. This is Veritas. This is a much smaller team. LIGO, Virgo, Cogda together is way over 1,000, IceCube 300 or so. International, all of these, many different continents, and Veritas is dozens, okay? So what you see, we have different academic teams spanning many cultures, continents, etc. The background is we are academics, but we do have, especially within our staff and engineering parts, who came from the industry and sometimes from national laboratories. So there is that type of variety. Of course, the age group is sometimes we even have high school interns, right? The project is decades long. So everything which we build, it needs to be sustainable for a long time. And we have very specific scientific goals. So the collective experience from this team, and this is why I went out and interviewed colleagues in these collaborations who have been doing hardware. It's like centuries long. So it's nice to listen to them and see whether they know about open source hardware. Are they really doing anything like that? What's the awareness? Do they have any feedback to us? And why certain things are just not gaining traction yet? Because we do transform science. That I am certain. I mean, transfer science with gravitational wave detection a few years ago, I mean, it's totally new. But we also just, at least due to the large size, we influence how we do science in academia, okay? All right, so who is doing hardware? Well, on the right side, that's me doing hardware. I am a research scientist, as I said. This is actually doesn't look like that, but it's one of the timing racks at the Hanford site. But we also have a lot of other people doing science. Hardware. This is Alexa. She was one of our grad students many years ago at one of the optical tables. I have Seth here putting together timing chassis. He was an undergrad when this picture was taken, but he stayed with us as a grad student. He defended his thesis a few weeks ago, so yay. And of course, sometimes we don't know who is doing that science, like on this picture. I can't tell who is there. It's probably another postdoc staff, one of the research scientists faculty. Maybe in the summer, you may find them in a bunny suit if we are at the stage of constructing something, but I actually don't know who are on these pictures. Okay, so what are the hardware contributions of all these teams whom I talked to the project? Of course, it goes from electronics, optics, mechanical, vacuum design. But let me put one more thing which is there, and it's very important for our community. And it's not just in LVK, but also for IceCube. We are always doing some testing and commissioning when we are upgrading the detector. We are using hardware a lot. Maybe you didn't build it, but you commission it. You really need to know everything about that hardware. And there are a lot of people who are interacting with hardware on a way that they are analyzing the data to assess the hardware's performance and reliability, to diagnose instrument failure. They may have not ever touched the hardware, but they are interacting with them. So I was getting feedback from these people because they are really understanding how to test the hardware, at least on the incoming data level. Okay, these are very important people in our community, and basically around 2/3 of those who responded to my questions were doing this. Not just this, many of them also designed the hardware, but some of them were doing this as their sole purpose. So this is a very important point in designing hardware, which is reliable, that we have, this is an important function, okay? So does our community do hardware outside of academic research? There is a measurable interest, okay? Not much time to design something new. And usually it's like repair and fix. And sometimes if they use open source, it's like household monitoring, automotive, solar tracking. These are the examples. I got an example of retro computing, and Arduinos are everywhere. So if somebody is telling, oh, I asked for examples, what you're doing, which is, open source, that's the first thing which came up. All right. Which may not be that surprising. So what's the awareness of open source science and hardware in our community? So this is many years ago. You've probably seen this PhD comics about open software, right? Don't worry, you don't have to start your code from scratch. You can just reuse the software, but add the instructions. It's a code commented block. So these are the similar questions we can have about hardware. And I don't think we are here with the software. We know what we are doing. There's open software. We use it very frequently. It's really available. We are relying it so much. With the hardware, this is where we are, at least in LIGO. We make it open, but we're not really making it open on a way that, and that's what I'm going to tell you, that is so easily usable. But what's the perception? As I said, everybody's using software, right? Data less frequently, open hardware, not much, more often for hobby than anything else. And the importance, which is most important, well, software. This is what I get back from and hardware is much less. And the emphasis in recent years has been more on open data. This is partially because of NSF dictate. This is the way our community feels. Open hardware, like, there is some measurable response, but not really. They don't think there's an emphasis on that in our community. It's growing. So, most of the people say that there may be other use cases for the hardware they build if we do some modification, but there are some, and it's a measurable some, who say it's so specific that they can't see any external use. But then I got a few responses who said they were the modification for outside use. And one actually said they certified. I don't know whether it's through OSHWA. I need to figure out that and get more feedback. Now, this is the next thing. Who are the target audiences for open hardware? And this is what I get from our committee. We think there is a bottom over there. I don't know why it's not doing it. General public, yeah. This is the order. We think we are writing and making our our hardware, okay, for ourselves, our scientists. And if I had asked that, maybe ourselves, are you writing those documentations on your hardware for yourself, which you are submitting to LIGO DCC? Maybe they would have chosen that as number one, because they need to go back 5 years and know where they find it. And they don't think that anybody else would ever care. So this is really helpful for recognizing and diagnosing why we are not doing more yet. Because we're thinking we're writing our documentations for ourselves, right? So let me show you something about the documentation. I put together what the documentation scheme was for our atomic system. I'm just showing that this exists, it's complicated, but there is a lot of preliminary, final design and the reviews, and all these documents are all available, very difficult to connect them and find them on LIGO DCC, but everything is there. And if you really want to make any of the boards, the Gerber files are there. There are even test documents. And if you have Ultim Designer and our test documents, because this is an old project, we started the design in 2007. If you want to actually use our test documents, which actually requires you to download the test code to the FPGA, you would need an Ultim Designer 2009, okay, to do the test. You could do it if you had it, okay? And I can prove you that actually it's doable because our students did it. So I also asked the students, you know, whether they are aware, or not the students, everybody in the collaboration, whether they are aware of that the documents are public. Around half of them are not aware that they are writing these public documents. Quite amazing, right? So obviously, then I got a lot of interesting responses about what they think there are about the barriers for you know, our hardware to be gaining traction and being, you know, actually used to some extent by outside community. Obviously, the biggest barrier, what I said, that they think it's too specific, right? But also there was a comment, and I just mentioned that our documents are not organized in a way that we can actually find them, the connection between the documents easily. So we are not doing it on Git, and that was one of the things which we tried with the students, because then a project is actually together. All right. So, and there was another interesting response, which I am just showing examples I got, that we should actually create some simplified versions for the general public. And I think this is a great idea. We are doing this about our scientific papers, but easy to write a science library. And it's not that easy to, at least in a small subfraction of our hardware, to create something which the general public could use. But we are doing demonstrations, science festivals, and so on. So for those cases, I think we can definitely do that. And I think we can have some impact, which actually maybe some use case scenarios which are additional, or at least in the education about awareness of our science and what hardware means for our science. Okay, so, and then I have to tell this comment because this is close to my heart. So in science and with hardware, we are creating so much landfill, because if something breaks, most people throw it away because they don't know how to fix it. And you don't have the documentation how to fix it. So there was this comment that partially because of this, we need to have not just careful troubleshooting guides, but also even detailed test documentations for open source hardware, everything. So this is about feedback from our community to you to give, how would you test the hardware which you made, that it actually works well. I mean, this is their impression. I'm just the messenger here. Okay. So I asked what makes open source projects successful, and I am gonna go very quickly. The top means 4.6 out of 5. Documentation that is easy to find online, and I'm gonna go back. Bottom is certification by an organization body 2.8. Sorry, guys. I really, we are, but look at number 2, ability and right to repair. I kind of think that the certification can have on the second most important part on ability and right to repair. So I think OSHWA with the certification emphasis is doing something good. And I am going to have to communicate this back to our community that will help with the ability and right to repair. Okay, certainly ability. All right, so you can look at all these things, quite interesting as well, but this was the order of importance I received. So recommendations, I have, I think 2 more slides or, something like that. So we need to increase the awareness of open source hardware within our community. We need to have set documentation guidelines. We need to have open source hardware-friendly design guidelines, like use KiCad instead of Artem Designer and things like that. We do have our community tremendous experience with open software. We can learn and adopt and create a similar community which happens in open software. I think our community is not really aware of, international large science community is not really aware of what's being done in terms of a community development in open source hardware, but they want to see a community, okay? And of course, when I ask, should best practices, guidelines for open source design be taught in academia as part of the curriculum? And an overwhelming yes. So this is a feedback to actually our universities. Most of these yes is coming from the students as well. My students also say that. So we need to teach undergraduates, even just how to open Git issues and put their work on GitHub, and about licenses. And of course, we have to teach them through. It makes sense to teach them through open source projects. So next thing which I did was a small exercise with the students, and some of them are here. These are Columbia students and a set of high school students. And the question was, how long is a project, how to deal with obsolete parts, part shortage replacements, and so on. And do we find anything which is not open source friendly, how we are gonna deal with that? So we are finishing this exercise now. One team finished, the other team is still trying to go back, but this is what we found, that of course, this is an old project. There were a few custom-made components, not feasible for OSHWA. What are the open source hardware? Long lead times, expensive, and so on. It's not really something we can easily replace, but I asked the students to try to do their best, find substitutes. They did it sometimes. The FPGA was basically obsolete, but they actually transferred the files to KiCad and performed some tests on some existing boards. And we also found some issues with legacy software and all the help which comes with that. We do have the student feedback, mentoring, training needs in academia. It's a kind of document which we are writing. We'll be in Overleaf and as part of our project, and we would like to publish it. And these are the teams. Everybody, some of the students are here in this room, and this is the thank you so much. And I have the 2 teams there. Arushima, Luke, Melinda, Sani are the college teams. Alex, Daniel, Jeremiah, Leo, Ray, Tony, and their teacher, Dr. Matone, is the high school team. And everybody, thank you so much for being here. And really appreciate the invitation and the fellowship.
Thank you so much for that talk. This next talk is our last one before the lunch break. I will make a quick comment that please provide your input for the unconference session before 2 p.m. So if you want to do that, at lunch or whatever, that'd be great. And then continue to go to the Discord for Q&As around all these talks. So this next one is open hardware approaches for laser scanning microscopy with Kevin right here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Hope I'm not standing in the way of lunch, so it won't take too long. Seriously, cut it off. My name is the K there. So we talk about open hardware approaches for laser scanning microscopy, and I'm kind of representing the science field that historically been very good at sharing software. And we try to share everything in the papers, but usually in the papers is very strong on what the samples are and what commercial microscopes you did. But if you get in the world of home built, at most we give you a parts list. And we're really finding that we've got to go beyond that. So thanks to this fellowship, that's what exactly we're trying to explore is how can we be more open in sharing the complete system, not just the methods. And so my lab for sometimes been very involved in open source software. You may have heard of ImageJ or Fiji. These are software for over 20 years with thousands of users, and we're really committed to that. But in our research, when we try to look at how you visualize things like cancer and other kinds of phenomenon, it goes beyond the software. You need the hardware. And that's where we're not as strong. We build in our community these systems, we publish papers on them, but that's usually the extent of it. Usually you publish a PDF, and in there you might have a picture of your instrument, you might have a description in text, but it wouldn't really help even an experienced builder build it. You're missing a lot of content. And so that's been our challenge, is how can we be more open, because we're all building on each other. We're all helping. The innovation is all based on people's work, like all of you, and how can we be more open in that sharing? So this is typically what you see in our field. Many of you recognize if you're working at now or from college biology, the classic, oops, I did not mean to do that. Okay, don't let Kevin press buttons. All right. But as he gets it back, so the one on the left is the instructional microscope, the kind of the classic microscope. The one in the middle there is the commercial microscope. Maybe I could do it. Oh. Someone know how to restart this? There's a button here. And then the one on the right is basically our home built setup. And so we were trying to basically see how we can share the one on the right. There you go. Thank you. All right, I won't press that button again. And so you can see the complexity on the right, but that complexity really leads to function. And we want to share that design of all those parts with others, but just capturing what the model will make is not enough. Is expertise in how you build it and put it together. And so that's what this fellowship is about. And so we're really committed to building systems for innovation. Home-built microscopes are really what drives the field in cancer and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And these lead to open innovation, but also lead to companies. So a lot of these open hardware eventually become part of companies as well. And so we need to share between research groups, and the actual hardware details are often very scant. So how can open hardware practices help us here? A few things got cut off in this best guy. And so we're very into how can we share our software and make it available using off-the-shelf electronics and optics. And we want to share it with others. And traditionally in our lab, we've just done it in papers and help others on campus that know us, but how can we go beyond that footprint? And so this just shows the beauty. I find this beautiful. It probably looks ugly to you, but this shows 6 of our systems, 5 that we have actually already upgraded to this open scan system that I'll describe in a second. That's a mixture of home-built hardware and software controlling it. 1 we're purposely delaying to the end so that we make sure that we have a fresh build to document our process. But we're basically trying to share this around the world, others, and there are at least 100 other labs that are in this exact area as us, so sharing that. And so we want to be able to share the source code for optical builds. We want to basically make available some sort of format that would allow others to customize. and share with others. And just saying you're going to put widget A here, widget B here is not enough. So how to share that build process and how to build on that is very important. And we want to really think about how source code can be integrated, facilitated in design development, and how you can actually share a design engineering principles similar to what we do in software. So as you heard from the earlier talks yesterday, there's a lot we can learn from software engineering best practices and how can we apply that to hardware. And we really want to make it easy to share and reshare with others. And so this shows one of our earlier efforts called OpenSPIM. There's an international collaboration with Max Planck in Germany. And at first glance, it might look pretty good. If you look here on the far right there, you can see the build system. You can see all the parts coming together. In this case, it's an open source light sheet microscope. But there's bad news. So over 50 labs built this, perhaps even a little more, but they got quite frustrated because if they wanted to modify or share, they couldn't. The little secret is that movie was done manually with someone videotaping it. So every time you made a change, it was a very manual process. And so that's why it hasn't really been upgraded or changed in over 5, 6 or more years. And so how can we have something that community can get feedback on and iterate and modify as part of the challenge, rather than just a pretty product that is not shareable and editable by the community. And so we have this wide spectrum, the typical maybe OpenSPIM-like approach where you might have this very documented build for teaching is great for training and sharing modifications, but it's very labor intensive, less modular. And then you have the more flexible system. We have the separation of builds and allow you to substitute parts. And it's really great for it's really suitable for cutting edge R&D. And it requires expertise, but it's often not known before you start. And so we're trying to figure out what is the expertise to capture in our system so you know what's required. Similar if you're a chef and you read a recipe, you know what a blanching is, you know these terms. In our field, we do the same thing. And so we need to figure out how to capture the expertise you need to go going in and the expertise as you build. And so there are challenges in documenting complex assemblies. How do you effectively document the assembly process without resorting to that brittle, labor-intensive process I showed earlier? How can we make it something that's more organic? And how to visually present a build. And we've looked quite hard with the help of our mentors, Chris Chronopoulos and Ginger Zhang. We also posted on the listservs. We haven't really found anything. So I'm going to describe it in our efforts to try to help build something. But we want something and capture the process. And so we want to be able to describe and document complex builds in an adaptable manner. You want to identify all the techniques. So similar to a recipe, what are all the components that you would need? Procedures, subroutines, recipes for assembly. For example, we assume to build our system, you know how to align a laser. That doesn't necessarily mean you do. So how do we capture that and identify that skill set is there or missing? And that's true of a lot of other fields, right? Where you expect some existing expertise. Just because you're so focused on your own field, you forget people new coming in. And then how do you clarify dependencies between system components and their assembly? How do you document the process? And how do you try to clarify what is needed, where it's needed, and how to reduce the work when you make a change. So if I made a change to the recipe, I substituted, eggs for egg substitute, making that clear. And then how do you share it in an easy edit format? We're proposing Drupal Notebook and GitHub Pages. We're open to other suggestions, but that's our active work now. And although we're focusing on optics, we suspect this is applicable to many other fields, right? The idea that you have many parts coming together, and how the parts come together is just as important as the parts and the expertise that is needed to build the parts, but also expertise that we're assuming you have. Very similar to a chef, you assume they have some existing skill sets in your recipe, and how do you make that clear? So we think this is a general idea. And so this led, I apologize, a few things I cut off in this slide, but Chris Chronopoulos, who's one of our mentors, he's at Allen Institute, and he is very involved in open hardware as well. He's very interested in this, so he went from being a mentor to a collaborator. So we're working actively on this, and we plan to continue this past the life of the grant. And we're writing a perspective paper. It's a white paper that's also an active effort. And anybody that's in the room interested in partnering or talking to us, please do. But how can we, kind of a call to force, come up with a system that could actually deal with complex assemblies? And so basically, this is a white paper, a process investigating what it would take to design a system that could actually describe complex assemblies, like I talked about, and have methods that could display and manipulate modular assemblies of components. So going beyond, right now we just have big groupings of SolidWorks files. How can we go beyond that and describe the process of putting them together? Okay. a few of my slides got cut off, so that's a gentle hint. But people know me, so I talk too long, I guess. I had some slides that got cut off there. Oh, there you go. All right. Finalize our OpenScan software release. We want to publish the software paper. We're trying to also fully implement OpenScan, both in our lab and other labs on campus. And then we've also identified 2 outside groups. One's already started on campus. We actually purposely brought over a student from India that was supported by this. That was an optics student that approached us, and we thought she was ideal because she represented, I think I'm going to be way shorter than that. So a few slides are missing. But basically, wrap up student training. So we have brought over a new uninitiated optics student. So they had some optics training, but never heard of laser scanning microscopy. And they've identified a lot of deficiencies in our training and process for something brand new. And then we want to finish the prototype of our current system and then get these 2 papers submitted. And it looks like a couple slides are missing. So the last 2 slides were just to be very grateful to the community, to Oshawa, to the great team, the Sloan Foundation, our 2 mentors. And so we're very grateful for all the work. And we've learned a lot, as open source software folks in our lab. For some time, we've been building open source. And we like to think we were doing open hardware because we released the plans for our microscopes, but we really realized we weren't. That just putting something in a PDF and saying, hey, we built this, here you go, we really realized is not open. And part of the reason we realized that is my lab is all student-based. And many people, some great scientists like Mark Tsuda here, who was on my thank you slide as well, work on this work, but they graduate, they leave, and there's changes. So if you look at those 6 earlier pictures, we went back to try to document with this visiting student from India what was going on. We realized in our own lab, we couldn't reproduce it, right? And so part of being truly open is capturing the expertise and memory of a system, and we were missing in that. So we think our field needs to go beyond in our journals and articles of just being open hardware by saying, hey, this is a plan on paper. Here's the parts list, you need to build it, and describing the parts, which is almost all we ever do in the microscopy world. We got to go beyond that. And so that really led to this idea of trying to capture the process of the complex assemblies and the expertise that is needed. And I'm very grateful because we wouldn't have been able to go down this road if it wasn't for Oshawa. So with that, I will end and let you guys get lunch.
Just thank you so much. I'll let Alicia do the announcement, but just another quick reminder about Discord and before 2 p.m. the unconference. So.
Awesome. Thank you. If you're a Oshawa board member, could you come up? We're going to do a group photo. And if anybody, I saw Wendy Jew earlier, and I think she's the only one that I haven't been able to find. So if anybody sees her, tell her to come in here. Okay, thank you. Enjoy lunch.
We're starting again at 1:50.
So I need Ginger. You're going to come up, right?
Standing here, you want to know. You're right. That's what it is. Yeah, face. No, but if you want to stand there, but like the light is, it's like. Do you? Yeah. Turn up.
If anybody sees Nadia peek, Nadia, looking for Nadia.
Day 2, everything is going well. You guys are very energized, ready to see exciting things. Yes. Our first speaker for the afternoon is going to be Bradley Gothrop, and he's going to talk to us about ergonomic boot camp. So please join me in welcoming Bradley.
Howdy. Can everybody hear me okay? Excellent. And I have the little gadget. Just what you want to hear in the first talk after lunch. This is a little dense, and so I have notes. That's always encouraging to hear, but I promise it's not that bad. My name is Bradley Gothrop. I design open source hardware. I'm privileged enough to be able to do that for a living. I work for the FieldKit project. Giving a talk at this conference is a little bit eerie because one of the main reasons why I build open source hardware is because I saw a video of a talk that Limor Fried gave at this conference like 12 or 13 years ago called Why Do Open Hardware? If you haven't seen that talk, you should. She was right. She's still right. But it makes me grateful for our hosts, Oshawa here, and for our community, and for the pleasures of having found your people. Now, saying I design open source hardware is basically the same as saying that I sit at a computer all day. Some of you may be able to identify with that. In fact, let's see how many. How many of you spend 6 hours or more a day at the terminal? 8 or more? 10? Oh yeah, we need to have a talk. Today I'm going to talk about some of the things that heavy computer use can do to our bodies and what we can do about it. And as you may have noticed from the intro, I am not a doctor. So this talk is a summary of the research that I've read and my own experience. I understand the skepticism that comes from hearing about anything health related from a lay person. That skepticism is justified. You should certainly follow up on what I say if anything sounds fishy to you. But I promise I am an evidence-based kind of guy, and I'm not up here to sell you the ergonomic equivalent of like horse paste or nootropic brain pills. Ooh. With that out of the way, I'd like you to imagine something. Today is Saturday, so imagine that tomorrow, Sunday, your wrists are a little sore. Monday, your fingertips are numb and your wrists are very sore. Tuesday, you can't use a computer or hold a cup of coffee reliably in one hand. Considering the relationship many of us have with coffee, that alone qualifies as a serious disability. By Wednesday, you can no longer manage the pain effectively with over-the-counter medication. This is more or less what happened to me. It might sound quite extreme, but it's really not. In fact, it's not even unusual. 1 in 8 people will experience something like this in their life. And that's 1 in 8 in the general population. So in this room, I'd expect it to be much worse. An attack like this might last for days or weeks, occasionally months. It can happen many times a year. I can tell you that it is a pretty scary question to have to ask yourself what your prospects are if in the future you can't reliably use your hands. So let's educate ourselves on RSI. People who do repeated operations tend to develop repetitive stress or strain injuries. You've all probably heard of carpal tunnel, but there are actually lots of different things that can go wrong between your shoulders and your fingertips when they're put under repetitive strain. The biggest risk groups are tradespeople, athletes, musicians, and heavy computer users. If over the course of your life you belong to more than one of these categories, and I know that that's true for several of you here, you should consider yourself on borrowed time. If you find yourself wondering what any of this has to do with open hardware, we will come to that. The answer is potentially quite a lot. But to do anything about it at all, we have to still be able to use our computers. So put on your own mask before trying to assist others and fix your setup. If you want to fix your setup, then you should do it when you're healthy. You're not going to build a keyboard from a kit when your hands don't work. You're not going to be in a position to price shop when you're not able to work. Once you have symptoms, you'll probably have them at least sporadically for the rest of your life. So don't let it get to that point. Prevention is easier than treatment and management. So how do we do that? Well, I can tell you that the process of setting up a healthy workstation is not an incredibly complex one, but I did learn several things in the course of preparing this section. I learned that it is basically impossible to take selfies which are posed and shot well enough to actually illustrate body posture. I might have guessed. Seeking an alternative, I learned that you can get 1/6 scale posable figures on Amazon. I also learned that shopping for them makes your product suggestions progressively weirder and less safe for work than you would ever have expected from 1/6 scale figures. I learned something about humanity in the course of this project. I also learned they're sold without heads for some reason. So that's how this talk got our ergonomic demonstration model, Brogu. So Brogu's going to demonstrate for us. His advice all applies whether you stand or sit. The consensus seems to be that the best bet is to alternate between the two frequently if you can. You don't want to spend lots of time with your arms or hands in a position which requires strain on muscles or tendons just to maintain. So you want your forearms hanging straight down and your elbows at 90 degrees or less, like an old zombie movie. Your hands should be shoulder width apart, which may give many of you an early intuition as to why computer makers stopped talking about ergonomics in the mid-2000s. Radial deviation is bad news. Ulnar deviation is really bad news. So the line from your elbow to your wrist to the tip of your middle finger should be a straight line when seen from above. Despite the flip-out leg keyboards that most of us grew up with, wrist extension is also bad news. So please stop propping keyboards up at the back. Interestingly, flexion doesn't seem to be a big problem for most people, though your mileage may vary. The jury is sort of out on pronation as well. Anecdotally, lots of people with symptoms get relief from tented keyboards and vertical mice, but I haven't found a lot of good published data one way or the other on that. If I had to guess, I would say that vertical mice give relief because they force you to operate the mouse with your arm instead of your wrist. That is a good thing. You should be looking more or less straight ahead, not up or too much down. So the middle of your monitor should be more or less at eye level, about an outstretched arm length away. You remember for a while, laptop manufacturers were so bad at heat management that they had to claim that you shouldn't use laptops on your lap. Remember that? Wrist rests are actually like that, for real. As a rule, you really don't want to rest your wrists on stuff. If you want to elevate your hands to reduce wrist extension, that is a good idea, but you should put the rest under your palms. So what does it look like to try and put this into practice? Well, that depends on when you start. Remember when I said this is all easier before you have symptoms? I had symptoms. So here's how it went for me. When I had my first really debilitating flare-up, it was bad enough that I was two-handing glasses of water. So this condition rules out hours of research or shopping or measuring or soldering together ergonomic keyboards paradoxically sold as kits. So my eventual return to work setup was not elegant. I bought an ErgoDox EZ for $350, and I did some down-home redneck engineering. Now this was janky as hell, but it did satisfy the criteria that we just went through, and I could work. Once I had some more strength and time and money, I got a little more serious and built this. Now, you don't need to be this radical, but it worked well for me to build this workstation into the front half of a 2-foot deep hardware store metal shelf. The monitor and the laptop are on risers. The input devices are in a pull-out tray, which actually has a bit of negative rake to it. Obviously, that's not recommended if you like conventional mice. A tall drafting stool on tall casters puts my elbows about the same distance off the ground sitting as standing, so I can use this setup for both without any motorized funny business. It's worth measuring yourself to see if you can get away with something similar. Now, this is just a setup. It's not the setup. You will end up with something different, but if you want a one-slide TLDR, there's very good evidence that you should use a split keyboard and that you should pay attention to your posture, especially your arms. Now, if we go down a level in evidence from there, we get into the maybe zone of things which may or may not be beneficial, but for which there doesn't appear to be really strong scientific evidence. These include things like weird layouts. Dvorak and Colmac enthusiasts can definitely type faster than those of us using QWERTY, but I can find no serious evidence that indicates that those layouts are less harmful to the body. It might be true, since you probably move your fingers less. Maybe. Mechanical key switches. I too prefer mechanical key switches. Blue, if you're keeping track. But the enthusiast claims that they are less harmful to the body don't appear to be backed by any serious data. In other kinds of handwork, we try to reduce finger extension and force, which suggests that the best key action from the health perspective is probably really light and really short throw, which does not describe these, but it's hard to say. Ortho layouts. Instinctively, I think it's probably true that ortholinear layouts are less fatiguing than the staggered ones, but there doesn't seem to be really good data on the topic one way or the other. Strength training. Anecdotally, very many people report benefits from some light strength or resistance training of their arms. I think that's plausible, but it's not proven. Now, when I talk about this stuff, the most common response I get is from people who've never had any symptoms, and therefore they've decided they're never going to have any symptoms. I don't have that problem. Now, I'm not your mom, but this really is like saying that you've been smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day and haven't gotten cancer yet. While it's true that different people are more and less susceptible to RSIs than others, you are almost certainly not immune. And the peak age for serious RSI symptoms developing is 50. So you could very easily be on a course towards very serious pain and life disruption and not yet have felt a thing. All you really know for sure is that you don't have that problem yet. So when it comes to pointy devices, the research is a lot thinner. There's a lot more variety all around. My personal opinion is that stationary devices are probably better than moving ones. So look at trackpads and trackballs, stuff like that. Whatever you use, try and operate it with your arms instead of your wrists. But the data is pretty inconclusive. The same cannot be said about obsolete keyboards. Traditional keyboards are, I'm going to put this very plainly, unequivocally bad for human health. They are the leaded gas of the computer world. The data has been in on this for a long time. It's not ambiguous. So you might be asking yourself, why are they still like this? Well, there are a lot of reasons. For employers, it's easier and cheaper to issue laptops or hot desk people or try for one-size-fits-none style solutions, even if it debilitates people. In America, in theory, an employer can't give you an RSI and then fire you for having it. In practice, it happens every day. They can, and they are incentivized to, swap out people as they break them. It is worth pointing out that it wasn't always quite like this. As you may have guessed from my jacket, I was around in the 90s. And at that time, OEMs took an interest in ergonomics as a feature. Credit where it's due, Microsoft was particularly good about this, and they made what's still one of the best single-piece compromise keyboards. We might have gotten some useful and persistent changes to input devices out of that movement, but it more or less completely dried up in the mid-2000s. How many of you have already guessed why? Oh? Because in the mid-2000s, desktop computers began to be outsold by laptop computers. And you don't want to be making a big deal about ergonomics if you're making bazillions of dollars making computers as small as possible. Probably the very worst setup from the ergonomic perspective is this one. I know a lot of us travel, and some amount of time like this is probably inevitable, but in your day-to-day life, there may be nothing better that you can do for your future health than minimizing the amount of time you spend like this. If this is how you work every day, do something about it right now. You are hurting yourself even if you can't feel it. So, having protected ourselves, what can open source hardware do? Well, there are passionate hobbyist keyboard spaces, and there's a fair amount of open source work being done there, but the emphasis in that community tends to be more on building sort of one-off art objects and the effects of minute dabs of specialty lubricants on the key switches and chasing the mythical thok sound. And all of that's cool enough, but when it comes to conventional keyboard layouts, these are tasting notes on filterless cigarettes. We can and should be evangelists for hand health and safety in that space, the same way that Rust enthusiasts are advocates for memory safety in software. Obsolete input devices hurt people, sometimes seriously, sometimes permanently, and we shouldn't be afraid to say so. Technologies are shaped by who shows up, so we should show up. Those of us with production capabilities should consider what it takes to bring an affordable assembled split keyboard to the market. I could afford an Ergodox Easy when I was injured. Many people can't. There are good product niches in the market for both stationary and portable keyboards to use with laptops. That latter niche doesn't get a lot of love, so if that interests you, please go make it. I'll be the first in line to buy one. If you have a platform in public, please consider being more careful about what you highlight and promote. If you would not boost and promote and link to other devices which are demonstrably damaging to human health on that scale, it's time for the same rules here. We should consider the health effects of every project that we put a spotlight on. If you're an employer, pay for your employees to get set up for long-term health. Buy their weird keyboards and their motorized desks and their weird chairs and standing mats. It's cheaper in the long term if you care about your employees even a little bit. If you have employees suffering from RSI, and sooner or later you will, they need big blocks of time off to fight a flare-up when it happens. Make sure they can get that guilt-free. Half days don't help. They need to stop using their hands until they're better. If you're an employee, push for these accommodations to become standards in your organization. You know what? Let me rephrase that. If you're an employee, fight. In the corporate world, RSI is the consequence of exploitation. Employers have been allowed to externalize the costs of damaging their employees for long enough, and you should make the bastards pay. I talked earlier about open source hardware people being my people, and I meant it. I have huge admiration for the people in this community. You do miracles. I want you all to still be doing miracles in decades' time. So please take care of your hands. I believe that we can bend the curve on making technology less harmful for everyone. I know that we can, and I hope that we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. You're not my mom, but I'll listen to you anyway. I think Bradley will be available in an ergonomically responsible way on Discord to answer any other questions that you may asynchronously have. And coming up next, we're going to have Jacob Lewaitz and Nicholas Buell. Who are going to talk to us about how to turn your ordinary laser cutter into a 5-axis laser cutter. I see them, but you don't see them yet, but they're coming.
Hello, I am Jakob Lewaitz, and I'm a mechanical engineer.
And I'm Nicholas Bull, and I'm a software engineer.
We are here to tell you about our project, the 5-axis laser cutter. So, Nicholas, what is a 5-axis laser cutter?
So you probably know a 3-axis laser cutter. You will see this in the Fab Labs and in the makerspaces, and you probably all used one of these to make some of your projects. And you know, they can cut in like pretty much 2 directions, and the table can sometimes also move up and down, which will give like a 2-dimensional cutting space. Then we've added 2 axes. So our laser cutter can also cut, or the laser can also turn in the A and B axis. So the laser can actually cut up to 45 degrees angle, which will give some new freedom of ideas and make new things possible. So we can cut slopes also. But tell us a little bit about the background.
Yes. It started a while ago. I was looking at what people were making with laser cutters in Fab Labs and makerspaces, and I could see that a lot of the shapes that people were building were these boxy geometries. So on the screen you'll see a speaker, which is a box which is assembled with finger joints. And that was a very typical shape that is made on a laser cutter. But if you have a speaker that is a different shape, like this one, it's a speaker I designed some years ago. And it's made up of a lot of parts with sloped sides, like the one shown here. And I thought, okay, if I could just find a 5-axis laser cutter, this would be really, really easy to make. And I did find some 5-axis laser cutters around, but they were this type of equipment that you see here on the screen. So big industrial machines, not at all accessible for the average hobbyist or the average maker. So the speaker was built the old-fashioned way with hand tools like the one shown. But once the speaker was finished, I thought there was something about this laser cutter that was interesting. I want one. I want access to one of these machines. So I teamed up with Niklas, and we started discussing how we could attack this problem.
And so the idea is to build something that's like achievable and somewhat affordable, and that you wouldn't need special equipment or special access to be able to build. So what we did was to get a laser cutter from the internet, like just a regular one, and then we have modified this. So we have designed and built a customized head, which will allow for the two additional access to operate the laser, or to manipulate the direction of the laser. And in order to do that, we of course needed more stepper drivers. And most laser cutters come with a controlling unit, which is very like you can't just change that. So we basically just took an Arduino Mega and used the DRBL Mega 5 library, which is controlling the stepper drivers. And then we could utilize the power source and the air ventilation, and like everything else is basically there for the initial setup. And then of course we needed some G-code instructions to cut the actual models, and there were no programs or tools that we could use to generate these instructions. So we used the SketchUp application, and then we built a customized extension to that, so you can make your model, and then you can analyze it, and then the extension will calculate the G-code instructions in order to be able to cut this to cut the model on a 5-axis laser cutter. And this is the this is the real deal. This is a picture of the one that is behind Jacob in his basement. It is working right now, but we're still in optimization and like calibration process. But we can show you a video of how it is cutting.
So the laser head that was in the video was something that was made in a machine shop. So it was milled out of aluminium basically, and it worked nice. It was a nice laser head, but the problem with it was not very accessible, because for you to make it, you would need access to a machine shop, and you would need the skills to operate the machines in a machine shop. So we wanted the project to be more targeted the maker movement. So we redesigned the head, and instead of basing it on milling, we based it on 3D print. So the head that is now on the machine looks like this, made out of 3D printed parts. Right. Let's move over to the workflow. I'll now give a demo of the extensions in SketchUp that we're using for generating the G-code. So here in SketchUp, I have the geometry that I want to cut. In this case, it's a little block with some slope sides, some chamfered edges. So the extension is split up into 5 parts. The first part analyzes the model. You see it turns green here, which means that everything is okay. Next thing, the program marks which faces are going to be cut, and so in this case, it's all the sides that's going to be cut. The next thing the program does is it calculates the position where the laser head will be while cutting. Then the program calculates the trajectory. So it's both the cut lines, as we saw before, but it's also the transport moves between the cuts. And now it's ready to export the G-code. Let's call it G-codes. So G-code is a readable code, which is used by CNC machines and laser cutters and 3D printers, and it basically has instructions for the speed and the position of the motors. So it tells the motors how to move and how fast to do it. And this code here we can feed directly into the Arduino Mega, which can then execute it.
So now that you've seen the demonstration of the workflow and like how we use our system, then we might have intrigued you to build your own. In that case, we've made this list of what you need to do. So first, you need to buy a laser cutter. And then you need to replace the electronics with an Arduino Mega, and then download the GRBL Mega 5 library. And there's probably also some other electronics that you might need to replace. We added some extra wiring and some stoppers, and well, it depends on the laser cutter that you buy, what you need to do, like how much you need to change. And of course, you need to add the strapper drivers to control the A and B directions. And then if you have a 3D printer, you can download the files that we made it. So you can print your own 5-axis laser head, and it looks like this. The GitHub repository, pretty straightforward. And we've also made a GitHub repository for the extension, which was shown in the demonstration. And yeah, these are the Rubik scripts. Should also be straightforward. And so this is basically where we are. So we have a functional 5-axis laser cutter with the library and everything. So these days we are optimizing and calibrating, and getting somewhere.
Yeah, so to round this off, when you look at what people make with ordinary laser cutters, you see that they are being used for a lot of interesting stuff. And we have now added, with the 5-axis laser cutter instead of the 3-axis, we have added even more possibilities. So we are really excited to see what people will create with this technology that we have here. Thank you so much for watching this. I hope to hear from some of you. Please keep in touch if you plan to build your own laser cutter.
I was having a drink with a friend of mine a couple of years ago, and I mentioned the word orthogonal, and they were like, "What does that mean? That can't possibly be a word. You made that up." So the hegemony of orthogonality lives only in 3-axis machine world. Thanks to people like this, we can continue on many angles, many other options, etc. I do feel compelled to mention that if you guys are going to do things where you have lasers bouncing around in free space and not just pointing down, you have to be very careful with safety. So don't just, reflect things out of the machine. That can be very bad. Next up, we're going to talk about manufacturing while everything is pain. So maybe this is the theme. Our next speaker is Eduardo Contreras, and we're looking forward to learning more about this topic.
So this is the clicker. Hello, everyone. So I'm Eduardo Contreras. I'm from Mexico. I'm an electronics engineer, and I have been struggling with the chip shortage, as I think everybody here, with any kind of different technology. So let's start it with manufacturing when everything is pain. I think this is a really real image that you can see. This is my day-to-day. I'm actually right now the CTO of my own company in Mexico. We develop hardware embedded systems. And you can see that this image is not only fictional, it's actually real. So, yeah, this is me. I'm an electronics engineer. I'm the CTO of Electronic Arts. I'm a big fan of all RF topics. I love craft beer and also board games. So if you're near to me, we can talk about that, electronics or whatever. I'm open to. And let's talk a little bit of Electronic Arts. Electronic Arts is my company. I founded with 3 other partners 7 years ago. And we are a Mexican company dedicated to do embedded systems and solutions for different areas. We have been working in the open source area for since we started. Those are some of our products that you can find on our store or also our GitHub. Those are all open source hardware certified products. Right now, if you search for Mexican open source hardware certifications, you will find 32 projects, which 23 of them are from us. So it's kind of, we're trying to push the community down there, but yeah. The study case right now is us, right? A small company, we do a lot of offshoot products. Also, we do a lot of private products for companies that keep us in business. We do PCB assembly on house. We do have equipment for manual solder paste, pick and place for one new then V3 machine, Puhui reflow oven, which was designed for LEDs, I think, but it works pretty well for each other PCBs that we do. 6 manual solder stations. Right now we have 25 people into the company, and it's a self-funded company, right? We have not received any investment or whatever. We have been all growing the company by projects, working and selling in Tindi. That was our first approach to selling things internationally, and then started the web page and stuff, right? So the daily basis in electronics, in Electronic Arts, or I would say any other electronics company, is using regulators, microcontrollers, microprocessors, wireless sensors, actuators, whatever kind of components. But in this talk, I just want to focus in microcontrollers because it is easier to find out some replacement for some resistors, some capacitors, some regulators. There are some families out there that are compatible within pins. So let's focus on the microcontrollers, which is almost the brains of any other project, right? So this is one timeline of our line of thought that we have been having since 2019. 2019, COVID started. We thought in the first place that it wasn't like a big deal. We thought, okay, maybe it's a deal 1 year, whatever, but it won't be that big. So when some advisors gave us the advice of investing chips, and we said like, maybe invest, I don't know, we don't have that much money. How much time the money will be just in a shelf instead of being rounding. And we were wondering, okay, invest, I don't know. Okay, don't worry, there are plenty of chips, maybe it's not a problem. And the ATSAMD family was our main microcontroller to be used in all the boards and all the almost all the solutions that we do delivered in that time for companies. And then 2020 started, and we saw that STM32 was out of stock anywhere, and the prices were just scaling. So we said, okay, let's invest some money. Maybe we do not have that much money, but we can invest for at least, I don't know, 100 pieces, 200 pieces, etc. And the ATSAMD family started to going down in stock. Then 2021, we needed to wait for chips of ATSAMD 21. It was impossible to get this kind of chips, and we had to move to other microcontrollers. Then 2022, we had to wait for more microcontrollers and invest in other microcontrollers. So once we have already moved to other microcontrollers, we start investing in other ones and maintain new products that we had moved to the new microcontrollers. And then 2023, right now we are investing in other microcontrollers. We are maintaining the new products that we did before. But right now, for example, the Atsam D21 family is already in restock right now. So we are reconsidering to get back to the previous microcontroller. And if something happens, we have the other version. That's like the line of thought that we have been having. But manufacturing, I mean, we are talking about manufacturing while everything is pain. First of all, manufacturing, it's related to the design. If you do one design, you need to do it in a better way to manufacture with the tools that you have. So one thing that we realize a lot of Chinese companies do is sharing footprints, right? So sharing footprints is a really common thing to do for example, in this board, this is the NFC copycat. Right now, this is a legacy product. We do not manufacture it anymore because we release another product that changed the functionality. But the main thing that I want to point out here is that we have the microcontroller in a QFN package and also a TQFP package, right? So basically that leads us to have different flavors that we can put into the board. So we have the Atsam D21E18A or M, which is QFN or TQFP, as you can see in the data sheet, right? So if you are a hardware developer, you will be familiar with this kind of nomenclature. But then I want to take a look to the nomenclature. So first of all, we can see that all the flavors that we have of the microcontroller, and this thing applies for any microcontroller that it's out there, right? So basically, if we change the latest numbers, we can see that the flash memory density changed, right? So what do you need to be compatible with it? Memory optimization. You need to have one SDK that allows you to have a better memory management and also better flash memory programming management. So you can move faster between, I don't know, having 32 kilobytes from flash to 256, right? But also, if you can see in this design, we have some flash memory on the SPI. So if you are able also to extract some code to the flash memory, then you will be able to do some changes to select one device with less flash memory, right? So if you start from the beginning to start to thinking about how to change to a smaller memory, a smaller flash memory inside the chip to be more flexible in the future, that would lead to have more possibilities, right? And then one important thing that happened to us, we bought like 200 devices that were not compatible with our boards. Because what? Because the L variant, down there. The L variant has a pinout optimized for analog and PWM. And what does that mean? That little L changes the support of USB and also the voltages that you can see there and the reset pin, and also the pin out for the port A, right? So this is like, once you assemble, I don't know, we had one production line that ran 50 boards, and then 50 of those boards were not working. And then people in production line and also in the testing side said like, okay, this is not working, and return the PCBs to engineers, so they to the engineer team. So basically, there's a lot of time wasted. There's a lot of money wasted there, and you need to really speed up these things. So this was a real problem that we had, and it's a struggle that I think a lot of people had before in this room. So for that time, the Atsam D21X, I mean, any kind of flavor we were able to integrate with our systems, but without the L variant, right? And that worked until 2021. Why? Because all the Atsam D21 started to get out of stock, and the stocks were fulfilled till, I don't know, 2023 or 2024. So when you try to do one device fully compatible with a new device with a new microcontroller, fully compatible with the latest device that you had, you need to look for one microcontroller with flexibility. And flexibility takes a lot of things. Boom, footprint, GPIO, serial communications, power efficiency, a lot of things. Also, the SDKs, the voltages, compilers. I mean, this is a whole world. And how can you move faster in that way? Communities, right? The open source hardware community, as we can see here, is always trying to evolve, trying to adopt new technologies. A lot of people had said this, but embracing new technologies is something that is really richful of this community. So if you search for, I don't know, the RP2040, which is a really new microcontroller, you can see a lot of projects that are out there already proven, and there are already a lot of people doing more things, right? So let's see a little bit about these microcontrollers that we started to use to the project, right? So we have the RP2040 multi-core circuit. It has CircuitPython, so MicroPython, Arduino, and also C++, and it has also USB. So you are covered in a lot of ways. So if you had a product that uses MicroPython before, or CircuitPython, like or SAMD21 products, we can move faster to the RP2040. I mean, maybe it's not for private products right now for us, because it has some hardware books on USB that we have found on whatever, but at least for development boards, for test equipment or little boards, it is just functional. ESP32, we know this chip for a long time. It has new flavors. We really need to be looking at it. S2, S3, C3 with Extensa cores or RISC-V cores, really cheap, really easy to integrate, and also a lot of community using it. And the last but not least, the WCH family is a really cool family to be looking at. They are releasing the WCH core for Arduino. So if you have some Arduino code already, you can move faster to WCH for RISC-V cores or 8551 core for a really cheap price, right? They have Bluetooth solutions, they have RISC-V solutions, whatever. And finally, we need to look for SDKs. As I was telling you, the microcontrollers usually gave their own IDE, their own compiler and whatever, but you want to move faster, right? So what I could suggest, or what I really like to look forward, is to having the microcontrollers compatible with these SDKs. You have Arduino, Platform.io, FreeRTOS, Zephyr, that lead you to have a really easy path to modify the firmware from one platform to another. If you stick with only one, maybe it will be complicated. But once you start working, I mean, Make and CMake are one really good example of them, but you actually had to make all the blocks for your products. But once you have one make file and all plain C program or plain C++ program, you can move to another microcontroller within a week or two, right? So far from the hardware technical sides, what are we looking when we are trying to manufacturing while all the chip shortage and all the fast moving or fast changing microcontrollers kind of thing related to the sourcing? We need to know how to maintain the board versions. So each client from our side, for example, for an Electronic Arts company, needs to be aware of what version of the board is using, and also how to access to the correct documentation for that board. And that's kind of the hardest part to do, because a lot of people would get confused between all the different flavors of the board. Sometimes it's better to change the name and also the form factor, so people don't get crossover, don't get the cross ideas. Also, one hard part is to maintain one SDK open to everybody, like FreeRTOS that now is owned by Amazon, and I don't know what's going on there. Maintain the existing firmware with compatibility. So a lot of people will try the same firmware that they have before with the new board or the new development board. So that's kind of the critical part that you need to take care of, and that would be easily taken if you can have one of the previous SDKs that we have. One real struggle in manufacturing is the testing. each microcontroller, each microprocessor could have a different kind of programming and testing. So it is important also to normalize those kind of things, and to people who are not that into electronics, which are in the production line on the testing side, they know the specific things that need to be looking at each board. So once you have that, I see it more like maybe the designers and the programmers are in the application to the hardware, but the final stage, the users need to be easy to get to any kind of update that you have. So it should be like, I don't like to use analogs to Windows or Linux, but it should be something like that. Like the user doesn't need to get too deep to understand what's going on into the testing, into the development, into the firmware updating. And that's how we came with one supply chain specialist. So basically, the supply chain specialist is always checking for new parts, a stock of the parts, how many of them are waiting in the store, or how many are waiting for being manufactured in our own warehouse. And this position needs to be really in contact with all the design department. So you can actually change rapidly from one microcontroller to another to have possibilities of having a new power supply for, I don't know, any kind of board that you have, or some compatibility issues, right? So if you have these two departments, or those two, if you have only two people, one specialist in supply chain, another one in design, you will be able to have plenty of room to be working with different kind of possibilities on the electronic side. What are the daily resources that a supply chain engineer should have beside all the stores and all the? I really recommend, and this is like really basic. I mean, I wish I would have more tools, but Octopart is daily basis. find chips also from it is linked to component search engine, so you can also see footprints, see 3D files, and everything really quickly. Ultra Librarian and SnapEDA, right? Those are like really easy and quickly ways to find out chips stock, chips footprints, and chips schematics, so you can integrate them really, really fast. But right now, I was telling you, like 2023, we are realizing that there's a lot of SAMD21s already on stock, and some STM32, and there's a lot of new chips coming for low prices. So right now, we're asking, are we gonna be back to normal? We really don't know. We are not expecting to be back to normal. We think this stock thing will be like ups and downs, depending on the chip. So my conclusions for all these 4 years of chip shortage should be, for a small company, for open source hardware companies or open source hardware developers, we need to adopt the quick design change, and also that gave us a big advantage before versus all the big companies that cannot change designs that quickly. We need to have proven designs. And how can we get proven designs? We can get from reference designs that provide that manufacturers give us, or we can actually look into the community for proven designs that are usually better from my perspective than the reference designs. I really like this new function on KiCad 7, where you can select one complete sheet and copy and paste to a new design. So basically, you can replicate any kind of circuit into a hierarchical sheet. So you can have a modular microcontroller. And also there was this talk yesterday about modularizing parts with these Python scripts. So I really think this is really aligned to that line of thought. And also know your limitations about the production quantity, because sometimes giving too much money to companies so you can have chips can get you out of business, right? And train people to be able to write its own microcontroller translators. Sometimes when we are using, I don't know, the SDK from Microchip or STM, you have something like this, no? HAL init USART, which is not exactly the same as you start initialize. But if you have one software layer that you can normalize, you will have a lot of things sorted out. That would be all for my part. Those are my social media. So thank you so much.
Yeah, getting back to normal. I guess sometimes there are a lot of painful things, lessons learned in manufacturing that can perhaps lead to some kinds of innovation that can lead to things being eventually better than they were in the first place. But sometimes it takes a lot of pain to get there. Supply chain. At least everybody knows what it is now. All right. We're going to get to the last formally planned talk of the day today. And then after that, we're going to follow up with our unconference programming. And so we're going to have Judith Martinez and David Cortelles, who are going to talk to us about bridging not so old and brand new tech, interfacing agricultural sensors with hardware and software. So please help me welcome Judith.
Okay, let's see. So, okay, yeah, formal first slide. I'm going to take you on a walk with me on my struggles, aka project. This is a project that was mainly started by David Cuartielles, and I have taken over that as part of my master's thesis, but a bit more context on that. You're already aware of who David is. He's one of the Arduino co-founders, and he's also an interaction design researcher and lecturer in the Malmö University that is based in Sweden. And in my case, not so known, Judith Martinez Villadangos, I'm finishing my master's in embedded systems, and I am currently the team lead for the customer experience team. I am Spanish-born and based in Sweden. Yeah. So let's get to the whole deal. First of all, let's start with the old tech part, break the whole talk down. In this case, old tech, I am referring to the SDI 12 standard, which is, it includes the electrical interface, the protocol, and the timing. To sum it up and to give, just the bullet points context, it is SDI 12 is short for Serial Digital Interface at 1200 baud. So it's a very slow communication protocol. It is old, a lot of quotes there, because it was born or standardized in the late 80s. A lot of 90s kids here. No, we are not old. And the whole why this happened, or the reason why this was developed, is so that to be used mainly in agriculture for field monitoring or like big area monitoring. The idea is to have a low power sensor network, which in the late 80s was mainly wired. The idea is to have only one data logger, and to that we can hook up to 62 disclaimer sensors in the same data line. 62 only if they are low power sensors, which is only the most modern ones, but it can, even the older or the first version ones can hold up, I think it's like 10, 20 sensors. And these sensors are multi-parameter. So so the picture on the top is essentially like a very rough connection diagram that is provided in the SDI 12 standard documentation. It's very nice, dense, but nice, where you can see essentially that we have one data recorder or data logger, and then we hook up everything to the three main wires that drive all of this. And in the picture down below is one of the sensors from one manufacturer. To be honest, I don't remember right now which manufacturer it is, but you can see it has like 3 probes. This means that these sensors can have several, or can measure several parameters, which is really convenient when you're trying to monitor the state of the soil, like the humidity, the temperature. I think it can also track pH, and yeah, I'm still getting familiar with exactly what parameters it can measure. And then the latest version is from 2017, but it has been improved, like a bit here and there with nothing new added, but I think it's mainly rewording some of the paragraphs so that it's easier to understand. And the latest version is from 2019. All of these versions are backwards compatible. That means that no matter if the sensor or the data logger has been developed following the standard of the version 1.0 or 1.2 through 1.3, all of them are going to be can be used at the same time. Then the requirements, trying to break it down to the main basic things are, so electrically we need a 12-volt power line. So the whole thing is powered by 12 volts. And then the data line, it works in 5 volts. And of course we have the ground line. The thing starts getting trickier when it's negative logic. And then, yeah, we will get back to the whole struggle about this later. Then the protocol characteristics are that it has a specific command set, similar to the 80 commands with or 4 wireless communication modules. The communications are driven by the data logger. So the data logger is the one that is demanding information from sensor A or B or C. And it is has the capability of reprogramming the sensors directly from the data logger. Okay, so this is essentially like a screenshot of how this works. Now, pros and cons. Why would I want to use this super old standard? First of all, it allows for a lot of modularity, which means that I can, it gives me a lot of flexibility to change sensors if I want. I don't need to recalibrate them. I can recalibrate them if I want, but I don't need to. So I can easily exchange a couple sensors and, have a new feature or a new parameter that I can measure. The sensors and the data loggers can be developed independently. That means that I can, upgrade my data logger without changing every single one of the sensors that I have over a, super big area. All the versions are compatible between them, as I already said. That is super convenient. And then again, multi-parametric sensors, and all the system is powered from the same source. That means that, okay, yeah, it can, as long as you have some redundancy with the powering so that, it keeps alive, we're good. It's either functioning or not functioning. There is no sensor activeness without the data logger. Then the cons part, which is, the struggling part, because it's a wired sensor network that, it allows, okay, I'm going to talk in meters, so sorry for the imperial people, but you can have, I think it's 10 sensors with 60-meter long cable, which is a lot of cable when we are talking in these kind of systems. So we cannot just dismiss the energy that we are losing in the wires or the impedance that this has created with, when we are changing from high to low in the voltage for the data line. Yes, that can be a problem. So yeah, we need to take into account the energy loss, and all the parts need protection from the phantom voltage that we can have in the system when we are turning it on or off. And then, funny stuff, on boot, when the system is turned on, it's waking up all the sensors at the same time. So all the sensors are going to demand power and are going to, we'll get into the fact that they are all going to talk at the same time. So then the data logger or the system needs to be able to provide enough power to, sustain that without damaging any of the parts. And again, the negative logic. So now, the new tech. In my case, benefits of working at Arduino, I'm using the Portenta H7. The thing with the new tech, or the trend with the new electronics, as you probably already know is that, yes, of course, we started with 12 volts, but we are moving towards 5 volts, 3.3, 2.5, probably even lower, because we want to have as low power as possible, because then, yeah, we're using less energy, batteries last longer, etc. Here I summed up essentially the parts of the portenta that are convenient for me, for my project. So that means essentially you can change the portenta for which board you want to use. I tried to, sum it up. So it's working in 3.3 volts operating voltage, as most of the boards nowadays. Then it has a bunch of UART ports. I'm going to get into detail on how many I'm going to use in the project later on. And the characteristics of these UART ports is that they use standard logic, so active high, yes, first warning there. Then the idle state is high versus SDI 12, which is everything is negated, and fun stuff from SDI 12. Remember the previous, back to previous slide. It has 3 wires, power, ground, and 1 data line. This one has 2, RX and TX. Fun stuff. And then in my case, I'm going to use the high density connector, although it's not strictly necessary for what I want to do. So, the bridging, the part that connects old and new. This is essentially my quick check table on where we are and how I'm, the approach towards solving it. So SDI 12, characterized by using, level-wise, we have SDI 12 uses 5 volts for the data communication. UART and most of electronics use 3.3. Then, easy, we can just have a level shifter, put everything on the same, or bring down the data towards 3.3, and we're good. Okay. Then data bus wise, we have 1 wire in SDI 12 versus 2 pins, RX and TX. Okay, what can we do? We just duplicate the signal. We're good. No problem. Easy. Then logic. Yes. Negative to positive. Okay, we just invert it. Fun. We need to do all these 3 at the same time. And that's when, sweat starts dropping. That's a picture of a very early prototype just to make sure that the sensor worked, but it's not working, that one. So documentation. Yes, there's been a couple of talks already related and mentioning documentation. Please document your stuff. First picture is the connection suggestion from the SDI 12 standard documentation. As you can see, it's fairly nice. In my case, I'm only checking the data logger part. I'm not going to get into the sensors creation or anything. And then there is 2 very super useful resources that I found. That is the first picture up there. It's from a paper released by Los Alamos. I will, the last slide is one with all the links and the resources if anyone wants to check. And it's a very simple, we duplicate the signal, then we have, RX and TX, and then we have 1 direction bit so that we can select where do we want the signal to go, and we are negating on the way. So all good. And then the third, source, or the third picture, then there in the bottom, is by some other paper that I don't remember the name, but it's listed, from someone that has connected successfully these SDI 12 sensors to a Raspberry Pi. It's not exactly what I'm trying to do, because if I'm understanding correctly by the information they shared, they ended up not using UART per se, but it's a very, very useful connection idea suggestion, so that you can also take into account all the impedance and all the other things that I talked about before. Okay, so we are set on this. Then software. This part is easy. The protocol is very clear. It's very well explained. Everything is in the standard documentation. Then, that image of the algorithm is, the flowchart is also provided in the SDI 12 documentation. That's perfect, super useful. To be honest, I haven't started with this part. I'm still, fighting with the hardware. So it looks easy. It's just, okay, from the pin level, we just need to, manage the UART and then one enabling, disabling pin. Cool. And then from the firmware level, we just need to turn all that algorithm into functions, into a library, and then we're good. No, not really. That's the part where I cried? No. So yeah, some sensor manufacturers, it's not a standard. They did this because they wanted see me suffer. So they when you boot the sensors, they say like hello world, where they are essentially shouting in the, or not shouting, but yeah, saying in the data line like, hey, this is my model number, this is my firmware version, I'm ready to go. Which is nice. If you have one sensor, it's very useful information. Not if you have 10 at the same time, in the same data bus. So, oh, cool, no problem. We can handle this, right? No. It's another protocol. It's another freaking protocol. Okay, at least we are in the same baud rate, I'm happy, but it uses positive logic. Yeah, that's the, like the blue screen of death in Windows. That was me when I learned about this. But at least it's like super specified also. In this case, it's by the manufacturers in the manual. So, document your stuff. It's, yeah, so, like it doesn't wait for, well, it waits for 100 milliseconds, but the moment that you have power, it will send its message, and then it will, switch and flip for SDI12 ready. That means that the sensor is going to be listening and waiting for a ping from the data logger to say like, hey, can you please tell me your information? Okay, so remember this? We have this now also. No problem, we can still level shift, all good. No problem, we can still duplicate, all good. But the negative, positive part where you need to only negate the SDI12 is when, yeah, that's why I'm saying like I'm still fighting with the hardware, because the moment that we started testing this, then we realized about the DDI. So I'm gonna focus on the earlier, like a super easy diagram up there. And this is what I did. Oh, it's very hard to see because it's gray instead of blue. But the idea is, okay, we have SDI12 and DDI in the same data line. So we are, of course, like duplicating and having our own SDI12 management module section thingy. But then we are also like duplicate before the duplication for the SDI12 so that we can get the information from the DDI part to the UART, another UART port. So it's okay, system boot, let's do a round check and see if everyone is okay, everyone is doing fine. And, you can know essentially which one of your sensors you need to replace. But we need, yeah, all these things to make it happen. The software-wise, okay, not much complication. We only need to add the specific small function version for the DDI boot. We're good. Again, I haven't started with this, so maybe next talk I give will be about solely the software part. But it's problem for future Judith. We're fine. Yeah, and that's it. That's my struggle. Here are all the references. SDI12 specification organization. The second one is the one from Los Alamos that had tried a couple of hardware options and reached the very simple negating part. And The rest is a bunch of other people that have used or tried to do a similar thing, for better or worse. Or my conclusion outcome for this is, since it's a sensor, a system used mainly for agriculture, a lot of the people that have tried this come from an agricultural engineering perspective. They are not familiar with electronics engineering, programming embedded systems. So that means that they cannot really get into deep to fix all these minor things. Most of the solutions that I've already found are not necessarily from the open source community, but related to bachelor theses or master's degree theses. And they end up handling everything through GPIO, through interrupts. So instead of using UART, yeah, they are doing it a very like a bit rougher way. And that's a wrap. Yeah, hope you enjoyed.
Sometimes engineering is detail-oriented and tedious. Thank you, Judith. That was the last programmed talk for today. And we're going to start we decided that it would be a good idea to have a break. So we're going to take a break. Please come back at 3:30 for the start of the unconference, which will be happening right here. So 15-ish minutes to stretch, do things, etc., and then come back 3:30 unconference.